Sometimes nothing works. Sometimes everything works. Today is not an today is not an everything work kind of day. So bear with me. The most respected nation on earth. We that and a host of other things. Apparently, Trump had a phone call with Bibi Netanyahu, and he got into a pissing match. So, um, give me a minute. I just want to get this last stream going, and we'll make it happen. Good evening, Ezra, and uh, what does that say? The Gene 21. I got to look back at my damn eyesight, and same thing with K the 1-7. Give me a minute, folks. Most respected nation on earth, says Trump. Is that accurate? Do you guys think that that is true? That listen, Trump knows how to sell shit. Give Trump credit. He's a great salesman. But do you think that is true that we are indeed the most respected nation on earth? And if so, is it solely due to President Trump getting elected? Because he wasn't saying that under Biden. Under President Biden, he didn't think we were the most respected nation on earth, but under President Trump or under himself, he does. So go figure. We'll talk about that. But the man is a really good salesman. I'll give Trump credit for that. He's a really good salesman, a good promoter of himself, by the way, of himself. But he has helped others get into office. Now, we just had some primaries across the country yesterday, and it wasn't he didn't bat 1,000 like he has in the past. I mean, there are some folks that he endorsed that did not win last night. So we'll talk about it. Anyhow, good evening. Welcome to the program. It is indeed, what the hell just happened there? It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Hopefully I didn't fuck something up. Oh, goodness gracious. Just want to make sure I didn't screw something up because sometimes you hit buttons on these things and they don't. Shit, what did I do? All right, I'm going to have to end up stopping this one. Um, okay. Anyway, looking in the comments, I'll get it going in a minute, but I do see some of you folks. You want to ban your string? Yes, we do want to do that. Okay, so we're talking about the potential for being the most respected nation on earth. And I had somebody tell me today that Democrats suck. So I do want to run that by you guys as well. Why the hell would I be on here asking you about whether Democrats suck or not? Well, the problem is, despite the economy, price of fuel, the fact that we apparently are in a war that doesn't have an ending, Trump's poll numbers are in the tank. I'd come up with a list of different things that are going on. And despite all of that, Democrats' poll numbers are not that good. The time that the Democrats would be doing very well because the president is not necessarily doing well at all. In fact, the president poll-wise is doing bad, doing poorly. So I have to ask: do Democrats just suck? Why are the Democrats not doing better when Trump is doing so bad? There has to be a reason for that. I see in the comments, Black 346-925 says 100% they do. They suck 100% Black. State in the comments, Black. Let me know why, Black on Instagram. Let me know why you say the Democrats do. And I see Lord is that Lord Chanel? Lord Chanel says yes, they do suck as well. So for you folks on Instagram, I'd love to hear. State in the comments why the Democrats suck. But I am going to ask that question because when you look at, as I just stated, the state of this country and Trump's poll numbers, why is it that the Democrats should look like a shining option? It should look like the desired option for at least 75 folks. That is not the case. There are even folks who really don't like Trump, really don't like what the Republican Party is doing, are apparently picking the Democrats as a lesser of two evils. So they're not happy with the Democrat Party. They just really are disgruntled with Trump. So, what is it about the Democrat Party that even in this current volatile environment, they still can't get a foothold? You would expect, remember when Biden was president, the price of eggs, the economy, folks believed that shit was in the crapper. They didn't believe countries respected us. America was a laughing stock. It was easy to hear all of the Republican Party, a hell of a lot of the independents, and even, and of course, almost all of MAGA saying Biden needs to go. We're almost under the same situation with Trump, and the sentiment is totally different. There's still a lot of folks that are willing to give Trump a little bit more of a chance. Or I have folks that still tell me to this day that Trump is the best president we've ever had. What's the difference? I want to hear from you folks. What's the difference? You're paying hellified grocery prices. Gas prices are not cheap. Unlike Biden, we're now at war. And yet, with the Republican president, there are people who are still suggesting he's doing a pretty good job. Meanwhile, while we were dealing with Biden, he sunk. He needed to go. Everybody thought he was terrible. We got to get him out of there. So why is Trump, under these conditions, being viewed significantly more favorably than Biden? Up to and including the whole Sleepy Joe and dementia and not necessarily being able to do another term. President Trump is now falling asleep and doing things that look like he may not be completely all there. Yet the view for Trump is significantly more favorable than Biden. So I do want to get some callers up here. I need somebody to explain that to me because I do not understand it. Looking in the comments, wait until the midterm, says Debo. What do you think is going to happen in the midterms? I mean, do you really think the Democrats are going to take it? Now, keep in mind, and I'm finagling with another platform, but keep in mind, with the gerrymandering war that's happened from state to state, President Trump is up by like 10 votes or 10 seats. Right now, the Republican Party is winning the gerrymander war. They're winning the gerrymander war. I think they're up about 10 seats on the Democrats, mainly because of Virginia. Their Supreme Court preventing Virginia, because Virginia was like nine or 10 seats by itself, I think. And they stopped that. So Virginia was not allowed to gerrymander. So I'm asking, like, what do you think is going to happen during the midterms? You think that the Republicans are, with them being up this far, you think they're still going to lose? Now, I see the comments, Facts Only says they're not going to win all those elections. I tend to agree with that, but they got to lose a whole lot of them for the Democrats to regain control of the House and Senate. I mean, the Democrats not only have to, I think under normal conditions, the Democrats were certainly going to take back at least the House, possibly the Senate too, just because that's kind of historically what happens, is that the incumbent loses in the midterms. You remember Obama, the shellacking? I believe Trump took a beating in his first midterms, and so did Biden. I mean, that's just what happens. But Trump has gamed the system so much, or the Republicans rather, at the behest of Trump, because Trump is the one that requested they first start gerrymandering. So at the behest of Trump, they've gerrymandered so much that this may not be what we typically see in the midterms. You could see them hold on to it. So we'll see. Debo says the gerrymandering itself will cause problems for the right. How so? How so? I mean, I suppose they could gerrymander, and if it doesn't go the way they thought it would go, they could do it again. I mean, is there any, now that Trump has pretty much opened the door for gerrymandering, I guess at this point we're at a point where you can gerrymander anytime you want to. So if the midterms don't go right, to prevent it from happening again in 2028, they just gerrymander again. I mean, because Texas gerrymandered twice in like a 2 or 3 year. I think they did it in 2021 or something like that, 2022. And now here it is in 2026, they're doing it again. So they did it pretty quick. So it could just, I mean, I don't know if there's any rule in place to suggest that, to stop them doing it again. If they don't like the results, well, fuck it. We get a do-over. We can get a do-over anytime we want now. So, I mean, look, I'm going to admit it's terrible. It shouldn't be. They need to have a federal law, but this is one of the many things I often suggest that are going to be anti-Trump laws coming after Trump is gone to prevent a lot of things that have happened over, particularly in the last year and a half. Trump's first term, fine. Look, Trump's first term wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad at all, even for somebody like myself when I left. I don't think it was that bad. Trump's second term is where he's pushed the envelope and done a lot of things that are unconstitutional, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the term where I think they're going to have to end up passing laws to make sure future presidents cannot do a host of things that Trump has done, including what we're talking about now. I think they need to pass a federal law that prevents states from gerrymandering too often. I mean, now you don't want to take the power away from the states, even though they're okay with Trump doing it. You know, he said he wanted to nationalize an election and let Republicans be in control, and they didn't have a problem with that. But really, you want to leave it up to the states. But you do want to pass a law that prevents it from being done too often. And, you don't want them gerrymandering elections every year or every 2 years or some crazy shit. So I do believe after Trump, they will have to do something like that. Gen X says it's unconstitutional because you don't like it. No, Trump is doing things that the courts are fucking ruling are unconstitutional. Take me out of the goddamn picture. You got judges that have routinely stated what this man is doing is unconstitutional. Why do you think they're ruling against him so often? Got nothing to do with me. Listen to the courts. It's not unconstitutional because you want it done. But the judges are telling him the slush fund that he was going to pay off to the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and all them, that's unconstitutional. It literally says in the Constitution you can't do that shit. It ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying. You want to make it that way, but I mean, the point is there's been a lot of very well-respected judges telling him, ruling that this is unconstitutional. In fact, the slush fund, I think there were like nearly 40 federal judges that sued to prevent that slush fund from happening. Like 40 of them did that. Nothing to do with me. They're doing that. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. Help out the program. We'll take the first caller. In the comments, DB says, come on, man. You've become woke. Pointing out things that Trump may have done that's unconstitutional makes me woke. Well, goddammit, I would say maybe you need to not sleep so much. If the president can do things that are unconstitutional and pointing them out makes you woke, you need to stop sleeping. Because you damn sure wouldn't do it if Biden was doing the same thing. Can you imagine Biden suing his own administration and using the money to pay off Black Lives Matter or Antifa? Guarantee you wouldn't be saying it is woke to point that shit out. But now because it's going against your wishes, it's suddenly woke. Get us up to 10,000. Tap the screen. I want to take the first caller. I believe the Republicans are going to win again. Very possible. Very possible. With the gerrymandering, I don't feel confident saying otherwise. I think it's very possible. Now, I will tell you this. I think with the excessive amount of gerrymandering, it could lead to civil unrest. And I've said this before. And by the way, tap the screen. We're going to take the first caller. If you guys are watching us on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper, follow the program. This is uncensored free speech. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. What do we say? We're MAGA friendly on every program. Now, being MAGA friendly means we believe MAGA has the right to speak. We don't censor you because you're from the left or the right. MAGA friendly doesn't mean we just believe every damn thing Trump says or does is right. That's different. We're not talking about that. We're talking about free speech. But I do believe that midterms could lead to civil unrest when you have cities, let's say Memphis, for instance. Memphis is overwhelmingly black, overwhelmingly Democrat, and they have gerrymandered Memphis so that all of the I think they broke it up into 3 districts. And what they did is they added on so much more of surrounding Tennessee that the surrounding areas are going to overwhelm each of those 3 districts to the point where Memphis will now become a red city. So now you got folks that are out on farms and in the suburbs of Memphis, the farming area, the rural areas of Tennessee. Those folks are deciding what goes on in the city. That's where you can get civil unrest because obviously people on the farms don't want to be ordered to live like people in the city, and people in the cities don't want to be ordered to live like folks on the farms. So you're going to have potentially congressmen and women that are fighting for laws and fighting for legislation and trying to pass legislation that is more favorable for rural folks and farmers that will be enacted on people in Memphis. That's not probably going to go well. That's probably not going to work. This is where you can get civil unrest if the gerrymandering works and the Republicans win. Same thing I mentioned before. Are we getting close to 10,000? Tap the screen, get the likes up. Same thing happened in Texas. Austin, Texas is the most leftist progressive city in Texas. The gerrymandering they've done in Texas is going to make Austin go red. It's going to make Austin a red city now. So Austin could end up, now Austin, unlike Memphis, is not mostly black, but it could end up like Minneapolis, Minnesota, where you have a whole bunch of liberal folks that may be white protesting against the government for mistreating them. I mean, Austin doesn't want anti-LGBTQ and all of the stuff that maybe rural Texas folks agree with. Austin is a progressive city. They don't want to be governed by the far right. So now they're going to potentially have congressmen and women that lean significantly further to the right than they do governing their town. This is what could lead to civil unrest if the gerrymandering works. That's all I'm saying. It could lead to that. Anyway, just like imagine if a city, let's imagine Gen X, I'm sure you tuned in, your area out in, I think you're out in Montana somewhere. Can you imagine if a congressman or a woman that was governing Chicago was the overseer of your district? So suddenly your district is they're legislating for gun control and they're pro-life, pro-choice and all this stuff. You guys would go apeshit out there. You don't want that. You don't want some city representative telling you what to do out in the middle of that area. And this is what they're doing. So it could lead to civil unrest, depending on how far to the right the legislators are that goes in there. But anyway, tap the screen. Now look in the, didn't mean to bring that graphic up from yesterday, but look it in the comments real quick. Looking forward to civil unrest. We have rednecks with guns. Y'all can't tell me what a woman is. You guys don't know what a slush fund is. You don't know what a war is, trying to call this shit up. What are you guys calling this right now? An entanglement or a conflict or an excursion in Iran? You don't know what a war is. You don't know what an insurrection is. I mean, so they don't know what a woman is. Apparently people get words mixed up occasionally. I think that's where we're getting at. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Looking in the comments, a proxy war. You think Iran is a proxy war? With who? You don't have to explain that. Instead of 45 seats, they will take at least 35, Timmy Tim. Blue wave is coming. Even if, now I gave you how civil unrest could come if the gerrymandering works in favor of the Republicans. Civil unrest could come from the other direction too. If the gerrymandering does not work, you could get civil unrest. So what I'm basically saying is, after November, we could get civil unrest from two different angles. Civil unrest could come if the Democrats win and go after Trump, which is highly likely. Highly likely. If the Democrats win Congress and the Senate, they're going to try to impeach Trump. I tell you this, if the Democrats win the House and Senate, they get sworn in January. Before Easter, Trump will be impeached. Guaranteed. There's enough stuff out there that they can come up with. Guaranteed, probably way before Easter. But I'm saying before, what is that? Gives you all of February, all of March, and then Easter's in April. Yeah, guaranteed. He'll be impeached before, they'll be trying to impeach him before Easter. Guaranteed. And that could lead to civil unrest because MAGA does not want anybody trying to take Trump out. They believe he's the best thing for this country going forward. So you can get civil unrest from either side. And like I said, guaranteed they're going to try to impeach him. Not to mention there are some folks on the right also that does not want liberal congressmen and women trying to govern how they should live in their areas. And that's what the gerrymandering could do for the left. So I think there's a I don't know what percentage I would give it. Let me know what you guys think. Percentage wise. What percentage, 0 to 100, what percentage of a chance do you believe that this stuff could lead to civil unrest sometime? I'm talking spring or summer of next year, based on what I just gave you, the gerrymandering and the possibility of them trying to impeach Trump. 0 to 100%. What are the chances? Somebody now, Gen X says zero. I don't think there is ever a chance in any period in America where there's a 0% chance to civil unrest. That right now, there's not a 0% chance. I don't know what's zero. There's never a 0% chance of anything. He says zero. Looking in the comments, defending the risk of gerrymandering. Oh, that's the I. Some of you folks certainly see it at least at 50 or higher, or higher. Now, Gen X, you put zero. Let me ask it to you this way: Democrats win the House and Senate, and they're making it clear that they intend to impeach and attempt to incarcerate President Trump. Do you still put it at a zero? Because that's what's going to happen if they win the House and Senate. Do you still put it at a zero if that happens? Let me go back to the box. 100% impeachment of Trump, don't care about a civil unrest. You will absolutely care about a civil unrest. That makes no sense at all that you could live in America and not be concerned about, whether you're talking about not being able to move around, whether you're talking about hoarding in the prices of groceries and things you need. Your family members you may care. How could you not care about civil unrest in your own damn country? That doesn't make sense. Let me go to the box. We'll start the program off with Franco Productions. Tap the screen. I'm taking it up before 10,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goals, if you will. We're not at war. We haven't invaded anybody. This is a truth social battle. Are you crazy? And handsome conservative, you're a supporter, you're a friend of the program and all of that. But what the hell is that? How the hell do you blow up the entire head of a country? I'm talking about the Ayatollah with Iran, and say we're not at war behind that. Can you imagine? Imagine on January 6th. Let's take MAGA out of the picture. Let's say when that building was loaded with Senate, Congress, and Mike Pence, the vice president, was in there. Let's say Russia dropped a bomb on the Capitol building and smoked them all. You're telling me that we would not be at war from that? It would be an excursion, a conflict? Are you kidding me? We took out the head of their government. We took out their family and children and shit. We're not at war. Okay, by the way, Trump is calling it a war, so tell him that. Gen X says it's an armed misunderstanding. You guys are crazy today. I wasn't able to bring up my last guest, so we'll continue on with Texas for Trump with 45 in there. I like the way that's written. Why didn't he come up, though? I'm having trouble bringing up guests we had. I do want to talk to some MAGA, so I'm definitely looking for that. It was a Texas for Trump. I don't know why it didn't come up, so we'll continue on. It's an armed misunderstanding. That's crazy there, Gen X. The black communities are at war with each other. Look at the damn crime rate. Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, there's a lot of that. I don't. So what do you say? The black communities are at war with each other because of black on black crime. So is the white community at war with kids because of all of the pedophilia? Listen, let's call a spade a spade. There's a ton of teachers that are having sex with their kids and coaches, but most of that stuff's in the white community. So are you having a war with the infants and children? Let's call it what we call it. So just because yours isn't making the news as much doesn't mean it ain't happening. JPT Farms, thank you for the hat mustache. Yeah, somebody showing the program some love. Hard to get up to 10,000. Help your boy with the hat and mustache. It's a war. Everybody calls it a war. He's doing it without Congress approval, says Teddy Owens. You know something? I disagree. I disagree with the notion that Trump is engaged in a war. Thank you, Louis Miguel, for the head mustache. I disagree that Trump is at war without congressional approval because it's past the 60 days. At this point, he does have congressional approval. He has the approval of Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. Or is that, yes, Mike Johnson. I'm about to say Tim. Yeah, Mike Johnson. At this point, Congress can easily step up and hold him accountable for violating the 60-day, because you get 60 days to do what you need to do as a president by executive order. After 60 days, Congress, their job is to stop you. They're letting him party. So at this point, he has congressional approval. They're just doing it in a backdoor way. We won't officially approve it. What we'll do is we just won't vote on it. We'll just let him keep going. And he got approval. I mean, they're pretty much turning a blind eye to what he's doing. He has approval. He doesn't give a damn, says Juan. That is true. He's doing whatever he wants, was the point. That is true, too. Let me try to bring up another guest. I'm having a hell of a time with this. MAGA reacts. Don't know why I couldn't bring up guests. MAGA, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. Do Democrats suck?
Yeah, Democrat Party is like a polished turd. It looks shiny, and it's shiny enough to get people to like vote for them. But once they're in charge, everything goes to hell. I mean, people will eventually realize how big of a turd they are. It just takes time.
Now, you should be thanking me for giving you that underhanded pitch for you to swing it. Let me just tell you this. Now, I'm going to take your words. The Democrats look shiny and they just say shit to get elected. That don't sound familiar to you at all, being MAGA? Somebody saying something just to get elected? That don't sound familiar at all, huh?
Well, like I said, Trump's working every day to get his goals accomplished, whether it's taking care of Iran, whether it's the economy, whether everything he's still working on.
Have you ever heard of a participation trophy?
Yeah, you get those at the end. It's not the end yet.
You don't get those at the end. If you say you can end a war in 24 hours and it's been almost 2 years, we can mail that out to you now.
All right. I mean, still, he might have failed on that, but he's still working on everything else. He's still working on it, Tim. I don't know what to tell you. Like, he's still working on every one of his goals. I haven't seen a single goal except for like Doge, because you guys like ran Elon Musk out. That's the only thing that, even then, he says he's working on it, but as far as I know, he's working on everything he's promised to work on.
Well, the reason...
And, the more important part is, it's not as bad as it was under Biden. I mean, I know you keep saying we can't compare to Biden, but that's the last president, and he set the bar so low that Trump I don't think it is possible for Trump to do as bad as Biden did.
We're at war.
I want to go back to that.
We're literally at war. He can't do worse than Biden.
What do you mean? Even at war, we have like the same casualties as Biden. And it wasn't because of negligence. It was because of actual like enemy attack.
I'll tell you something.
It was easily avoidable.
In regards to your comment, we have the same casualties as Biden. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I don't know if I truly believe the information that the Trump administration has given us on that stuff. I don't think it's accurate. I mean, they've blown up bases and stuff like that. The Trump administration, I don't think they're telling us everything. I think once Trump is out of office, or if the Democrats win the midterms, you're gonna find out Iran did a lot more damage than the Trump administration is telling us.
Okay, but until then, Trump is still not doing as bad as Biden. And the Democrats, I mean, they're not even lying to us to sell the election. They're just saying how much they hate Trump. They're not telling us how they're gonna fix anything. They're like, oh, we're not Trump. We're gonna be, the worst enemy of Trump. Their whole platform is how much they hate Trump, not how they're gonna fix stuff or how they learn from their mistakes. They still haven't learned from any of their mistakes. They're still promoting the same stuff that, you say all these trans issues, they're nothing, but why are they still promoting it?
Well, they don't.
It takes two to tango.
Well, I agree with you that the Democrats should stay away from the transgender issue because it is toxic. However, I understand why they're doing it. They're doing it because they don't hate the transgender community. That's your side. You guys hate those people. So it's easy for you not to defend them. The Democrats don't hate them, but I'm saying I get hold on, hang on a second. I understand the Democrats are allies with the community, but what I'm saying is because the amount of hatred toward that community is so high in this country, I would say don't mention that. Focus on other things you're going to do that people agree with. And when you get in office, do just like Trump. Trump is doing a lot of things that he was smart enough. He was smart enough not to say, I'm going to deport every damn body that's here illegally. He made it only about, violent felons and things like that. If he had spoke the truth, he wouldn't have been favorable on that issue. Huh?
How is you keep saying he's deporting everyone, but why is his deportation numbers still average?
What did I just
say about violent felons? All these regular people getting deported are just normal deportations.
What did I just tell you? I don't believe the information, the number, any numerical data coming from the Trump administration, in my opinion, cannot be taken at face value. Any numerical data.
You're thinking he deported more people? I'm saying he didn't deport enough.
Well, he's only been in office. When you say Biden had more, you're comparing all 4 years of Biden's term to what Trump has only been in office for a year or something. So
I'm comparing year to year. I'm comparing Biden's best year to Trump's best year, and Biden's still the winner. Hell, I think even if you compare Biden's worst year to Trump's best year...
Wait, hold on. Something don't make sense. Now, we were told the whole time, and we're still being told this, that Biden was for open borders. How can you be for open borders and also have a huge amount of deportations? Something ain't making sense.
Because you got a lot more people to deport.
You don't deport when the borders are open. If you're for open borders, you don't deport anybody.
No, you do deport, but they come right back in like it was nothing.
But you don't deport them because you're for open borders. That doesn't make sense.
Okay. Alright, I don't know what to tell you. They still have to pretend to deport. I don't know exactly what they did and didn't do.
Yeah, no,
we're not going to do this. Not today, Boogies. Not today. And I said it took you forever.
I didn't see you. Hold on, MAGA, hold on, MAGA. Okay, MAGA, first of all, ma'am, I didn't see you until you put in, I said the fucking galaxy. I didn't see the goddamn galaxy. What?
You fucking cornball motherfucker. You think. You're a muppet for real, man. Get off your knees. Oh, God.
What are you talking about?
Did you like my beautiful picture? Yes, bitch. I'm Pride all day. Happy Pride, my bitches.
Hang on. Let me read a super chat. Hold on a second. Good afternoon, everybody. Listen to the tiger in Tim's voice today. Don't fall asleep today. Get your behind in the box and let's battle today. Put your hands together for the man who means business. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking shit like that.
Let me break this shit down on God.
Thank you, Evil.
You understand? Let me tell you something, MAGA React. You so far up the white man's ass that you think you know it all. Biden was one of the best damn presidents. He passed more bills and more legislation than any other president. So shut your ugly ass up.
Passing bills doesn't make you a good president. It makes you a good congressman or a senator.
Shut up. What has this motherfucker in office right now, has he passed? What has he passed to help the American people? I'll wait.
He passed a huge tax cut that cut taxes for everybody.
Cut, honey bunny.
That puts more money in my pocket.
Moron has helped the 1%, the ones that make $400,000 a year, Boogie. And I know.
Wait, hold on. Gangster, you really think Biden was a great? Even most Democrats think he was great. They just like him more than Trump.
His wife thought he had a stroke when he was fucking debating Trump.
Shut up. He passed the most.
His own wife is fucking selling him out right now. Finally,
he's not. He told us he had he had cancer. And
she thought he had a stroke, and on the same day she was saying how good a job he did, lying to your ass. You guys are eating that shit up.
He hasn't been seen for 6 fucking days. He's hiding. How many times has he went to the doctors the past year? Shut your ugly ass.
Trump's on TV every fucking day. We see how fucking healthy he is. According to you, he should have died 6 months ago. You said he was gonna die 6 months ago. He's still alive.
Walked off away from your ass because you will not.
I don't even.
The one that builds the shit all around the United States. Yes, he did. He did.
Name one thing he built. Because I know the internet. He didn't build any chargers. He didn't provide any new internet.
And what?
Even the Democrats does not. Hold on. Even the Democrats don't think Biden was a great president. Even the Democrats are not like Biden was great. They just think he was better than Trump. What?
Really?
I'm serious. They like Obama. They like Clinton. Even the Democrats are not putting Biden up there.
No offense to Obama. No offense to Obama, but he did better than Obama did, man. He passed more than Obama did. So shut your ugly asses up. You guys just don't want to give that man
all that spending, all it did was give us 9% inflation.
You won't give that motherfucker no credit because he wasn't out here bragging about shit. He was doing his fucking job.
Because he was in bed sleeping. He was dead.
He did.
Okay, hold on, Gangsta. Okay, let me ask you, Gangsta Grandma, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that Biden was a better president than Obama and Clinton?
Yes. He passed more. And that's the truth. I love Obama. But he passed more.
Passing bills is not a metric of how well you do.
Right.
You pass a billion. The actual results matter. I can pass a bill that says cancer curing bill.
He did bipartisan.
Doesn't mean it's going to cure cancer just because I passed a bunch of cancer bills.
You're so fucking stupid. He passed
Well, you're stupid because you think just passing a bill fixes things. You actually have to actually fix them. The results matter, and the results of those bills were garbage. Only result of those bills was inflation.
Oh my fucking God!
9% inflation. Things got 9% more expensive.
White man does. This is why he said he likes the uneducated. This is fucking.
Yeah, you're uneducated. You don't even know how basic math.
Bitch, get the cock out your mouth. You're a white man. I don't even like your Egyptian looking ass.
I don't think. I don't think.
You know what, Tim? Let me tell you something. On God, you are losing everybody. You don't have none of your fucking your Jimmys. Michael's not here no more. Nobody. Because you say it's freedom of speech. You say it's freedom of speech, Tim. You know what freedom of speech is? You need to go look at your fucking history and go back to school.
I'm going to tell you.
You want to censor people and fucking not let them talk.
Freedom of speech.
I've been on your lives. All you do is mute people. Tim. It's about the government. It's not about platforms, because if that's the case, we wouldn't be getting censored on TikTok.
Okay, let me
you're allowing this motherfucker right now to do lying asses on get about the Democrats when we are actually winning every fucking session. Like New Mexico.
Okay, you just talk. Let me respond to you now. Let me respond to you.
Shut your ugly ass up. You can't even talk.
First of all, when I say free speech, damn it, we don't mean speech that you agree with. We mean speech for everybody. So if MAGA wants to talk, MAGA gets to talk. You just don't like MAGA.
You know how fucking crazy it is? You just let that motherfucker up. And it took you 5 fucking minutes to let me up. Ain't that bad, bitch? That's one of your biggest supporters.
I saw his galaxy. I didn't see yours.
Oh, yeah, go get you some goddamn
what's up, dumbass? How you fucking doing?
Get your white cock out your mouth, you sorry-ass bitch. I'm not sucking on a white cock like you. I'm not sucking on a white cock like you, bitch. I'm not the one that got voted for a racist, you stupid fuck.
That's all right, sweetheart. I know you missed me. Anyways, good to see you.
So, I'm your gangster, bitch, and you bow down to this black woman.
This is what I was expecting.
Fucking moron.
What black woman? You're white.
So.
White platform. You're white with no teeth.
No, Tim. Let's. Shut up, Grandma. Anyway, so Tim, let's talk about why. Let's talk about why it is that Democrats are so hated. Okay, and there's a very good reason.
We're not hated, bitch.
The reason why is because they're not offering anything better. They're not.
Wait, you still got her galaxy. She still got 4 minutes on you, so she ain't gonna let you talk for 4 minutes.
$15 looking ass. Let me tell you something. And there's more Republicans voting blue this year. Hello. So fuck you with all your shit. You stupid fucking reject. And what?
At least I can speak English correctly, sweetheart, and I graduated high school.
You can't even speak nothing, sweetheart. With your $15 dishwashing ass job and bowing down to the white man that you'll never be at his fucking table, bitch. And what? And what?
Okay.
You only got us to the dumb dollars. Oh, that's $10.
All right, Miss Dolezal.
Oh, you want a fucking cookie?
Dolezal. He told her Miss Dolezal.
You can't do shit. You probably
She
on
is
public
Rachel Dolezal, isn't
assistance,
she?
bitch. You on public assistance.
100%.
With your $15 hour job. Oh, golly. Oh, golly. I want a cookie. I want a cookie.
Well,
Golly.
get yourself a
You know what,
fat
Tim?
idiot.
You know what, Tim? This is why you're losing all your shit.
I'm not
You know what
losing
I'm saying?
people.
Yes, you are, Tim. You're losing it, Tim.
I'm not.
Bitch, I'm not
You
broke.
got 3 people up here.
I'm
We're all
not
letting
broke,
you
bitch.
speak.
I'm so not broke. But you know who I
No
did
one
vote
says you're
for?
broke. We're
I
saying
voted
you're
for
white.
the people that was riding for me. Though I voted people that could get food stamps and stuff. If I was really voting for myself, I would vote for the Republican Party. Because, bitch, I make it like that. You feel what I'm saying? I make it like that.
Do you have
see,
any
I didn't
evidence?
vote for myself. I
2
voted
minutes.
for other people.
2 minutes.
And let me tell you guys something. If you guys
Sure,
think
on the seam
that
soon.
it's going to be nice, you guys think that the gerrymandering is going to work? No, bitch, it's not going to work.
We don't need
Because
gerrymandering,
people gonna come
sweetheart.
out.
We don't need
Blue
you
is
either.
coming out bad. Blue is coming, and it's going to be. The
You don't
biggest
think none of that
crime
gerrymander is going to
ever.
work? You don't think none of that gerrymander is going to
No,
work?
it's not going to work.
Wow.
It's not going to work. Because you know why? You know why it's not going to work? Because everybody's coming out. Even the Republicans don't even like his ass. He's losing his base majorly. There ain't going to be no red wave. No, it's
But
not.
they don't like
His
you
pulse-
either. They don't like
you know what,
Democrats
Tim?
either.
He is under the
Yeah,
water.
we don't like you
with
guys either. You
who? Who
idiots
is he
think
under
that we
the
actually
water
like
with?
you. What are you talking
Independent.
about? The
He's
Democrats are
under the
extremely
water with
unpopular for good
independents.
reason.
He's
It's
underneath
because
the
you guys
water
don't have good
with
policies.
Latinos.
The only reason
He's
why
under the
Mondani
water.
got into
They
office in the
don't
first
even
place
like his
is
ass.
because of the fact
So guess
that
what, bitches?
New York was
Guess
so
what,
fully run by
bitches?
Eric.
All right, 60
You
seconds.
guys ain't coming back. They ain't coming back, bitches. They ain't go biggest blue wave is coming. He's losing his base. Everybody's walking. Even the white man is walking from him. And what? You sorry
You
ass
said
pedos.
that 2 years
You
ago. How
sorry
did
ass
that turn
pedos.
out?
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for the information, Rachel Dolezal. Now, let's get back to why Democrats are going to lose. And they're probably going to lose to quite a few independents and third parties as well. The biggest
That's
reason
not
why
true,
is because of the
bitch.
fact that
That's not
Democrats
true.
are just lame nowadays. They're just lame. They don't have anything going for them. Most of the culture wars are that they actually had that was legitimately.
I gotta disagree. Okay, hold on. Gangsta Grandma, Grandma's.
To the ones are fighting to keep shit
Now, the
going.
reason why that is
Okay, her
because-
time for double G. But go ahead, Jeremy. You're still. Let me just say something. When you say culture wars, there's a lot of culture wars on the right as well.
Yeah, I know, but those are ones that are actually not on not actually worth fighting for the Democrats to win in the first place.
Huh?
They're not ones legitimately worth fighting for the Democrats. For instance, as you guys already won the gay rights debate, that already made sense. But then you took it too far, and now you're starting to say like trans the children, and we're not going to go with that shit.
Ain't nobody do it. That's
Yes,
fucked up.
they
Hey,
want it.
show me one kid.
New York City.
That shit ain't happening. And by the way, okay, hold on a second. Also, too, whatever happened to states' rights and shit? Why are you guys always bitching about what's going on in liberal areas? You ain't living there. Who gives a fuck?
Because I'm not a sociopath who thinks, oh, this child is in New York, so automatically it's okay to violate their body and chop off limbs just because, they're somewhere else.
So you want to protect the child in New York, but when Charlie Kirk says the kids in Tennessee shouldn't get free lunch in schools, you don't give a fuck about them. You let them starve, but you want to make sure the gender is okay.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you seriously telling me that it's hard for us? It's harder for a kid to get a sandwich.
It's hard
in
to
the
get
United
daycare. It's hard to get, hard to get health care, all of that shit. Yes. All of that in Republican states.
Tim, I have literally been homeless before. It is so easy to get a snack in the United States.
Hold on. Let me tell you what I mean. I'm sure while you're saying it's easy to get all this stuff, there's people in your area that would say otherwise. Just like what you're talking about in New York, the overwhelming majority of kids in New York, that ain't happening to. So if we can point to one in New York, I can damn sure point to one child in your area that's having a hard time finding food, getting lunch, getting health care, et cetera, et cetera.
The majority, no. There in the United States, there is no kids starving. There is just kid that's maybe not getting the proper nutrition. That can be solved without government interference.
I guarantee you, there are children that are not what they call it, food insecurity. There are children that go hungry in America. That does happen here. You think everybody in America has no problem getting food and getting meals?
Malnutrition is a real problem. Malnutrition tends to happen because healthy food is expensive. Healthy food is hard to come by. And that's something that the school system, the United States could help with without getting the government directly involved.
You may have...
And again, universal free lunch doesn't need to happen in order for the government to help kids. If you want the government to help kids, even though there are plenty of private organizations that can do the exact same, and guess what? There are plenty of ways. What's it against your grandma? What's that? That would be fucking hilarious. Bring up Dole's. Let's see if Dole's also here. What's up, Dole's? How you doing?
I'm gonna be calm as hell. 1 out of 5 West Virginia kids go hungry every night. 1 out of every 5. Most of the babies are going hungry at night or in red states. Go look the shit up. I dare you.
What's your source?
1 out of 5 kids. What's my source? Go look at it. It's on all you guys.
And I'll tell you something. When you ask what's the source, Jeremy. Okay, hold on.
USDA.
Hold on, Jeremy. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. You gotta let us all kind of communicate against it, Grandma. I mean, I want you up, but you gotta let them speak back. Let me just say this. When you say what's the source, there are plenty of people in red states all over YouTube and stuff telling you they can't get food and how hard it is. Your own constituents are your source.
And you know what he did? You know what your beloved little piece of shit of a president did? He took $1 billion out of food banks. Then he cut a lot from the poor people, the food stamps. But yet, he wants $1 billion for a ballroom. But yet, he wants
you got that wrong, dude.
Give me a second. I got to step away.
For the WAR. So that's what he wants, right? That's what he wants. Yes, it is.
Paying for one doesn't take away from the other. And we
not only that interacts.
But you guys can't afford to feed kids, right? And they want to cut away free lunch programs for the poor kids. They want to cut
not only did you get the math wrong on that, okay, because it's not billions, it's literally no. The ballroom is millions of dollars. That's an entire order of magnitude less. That's an entire order of magnitude less. Millions of dollars is literally 3 decimal points less than $1 billion.
I thought the people were going to pay for it. I thought the billionaires were going to pay for it. Bitch, I'm not honest because
either way, one doesn't take away from the other.
No, it's million. Million is not the same as billion.
For billions. Yes, he did. Go look the shit up. That's how stupid and uneducated you motherfuckers are.
Not only that, but you don't have to support. No. I'm going to talk now. You can be quiet, sweetheart. Now, you don't need to support Trump in order to be conservative or vote for the right. You don't need to do that. You can vote for people who are not Trump and vote. You can vote for people who are not Trump or MAGA and be on the right. You don't have to vote for Democrats.
You know what? Let me tell you something. You guys are the dumbest, uneducated. That's why he said he likes you. He knew what else he said. Oh, the smart people hate him because he's taking from the United States people. I thought we was America first. Now we're not. Our food is going sky high. You can't even afford a house anymore.
I can't.
That's because of him.
All that is under Biden.
The interest rates will go through the damn roof. That's because of him. People are losing their cars.
He's fighting.
Why? Because of him. People are paying.
The interest rate guy every fucking day.
What is that called? Credit cards. Because of who? Because of him. Not because of a Democrat. Because of him.
People are losing their house because of No. I got this. Okay. Number one, you keep saying him because you keep thinking about Trump. You do know that most people don't like Trump and still don't vote blue because Democrats suck. You don't have to be a Democrat.
I'm not talking about that.
You don't have to. You don't have. No. Shut up. You don't have to be MAGA. You don't have to be MAGA. You don't have to be pro Trump.
Because of him.
You don't have to. You don't. No. Shut up. You don't have to vote for Trump.
Oh my God!
You don't have to vote for Trump in order to not vote for Democrats.
Oh my God!
You don't have to vote for Trump.
Voting. We're talking about the crisis that we fucking have right now. What are you talking about? We're talking about $45 for 5 pounds of ground beef.
Okay, I did not want that to happen.
Because you live in California.
What are you
People in
talking
California
about?
is bullshit
You're
on
talking
Trump.
about what?
Don't blame that Democratic fucking California price.
Okay, folks, I got to.
Oh my
I'm gonna have to
God,
move it on
Tim.
for time. I'm gonna have to move it on for time.
Tim, on God.
I really got to
Tim,
speak in
on
this,
God. They are
I need
so
5 more minutes
stupid.
on you.
They really think just because Republicans won't vote for a Democrat, when we're in a housing crisis, when 1 in 5 kids are going hungry, and when
People like Montani are the reason why there's a housing crisis in the first place.
They want to cut away Medicare.
Yeah,
and
that's more
Medicaid
local
for people.
government.
Over 28 million people are losing their health insurance, and that's still saying, "Well, the Republicans are never going to vote for the Democrats."
I don't believe. I think that there are conditions such as an unnecessary war that could lead them to vote otherwise. So I kind of agree with her, but I got to move it on. So
Hold on, I still have some time.
I'll give you 3. Yeah, you did. You got the shit galaxy out of you. So I'll give you 4 more minutes. And by the way, folks, do not galaxy this guy so we can move on. No galaxy for the next 4 minutes. All right. So like I said, you're telling me the Democrats suck. They pose as shiny items. Just say whatever they got to say to get elected, and I'm telling you, the Republicans do the same damn shit.
No, they do, but
do you think Trump is doing a good job? Do you think that a year and a half, almost 2 years of Trump? Do you think because I know you believe he's working on things, but in terms of actually,
I give him a C. I've never gave him more than a C. I mean, maybe there was like 1 minute where I gave him like a B minus, but I always had him like a C, between C plus and C minus.
So you don't think he's doing a great job right now either, then?
No, but he's not failing like Biden. And if a Democrat was in charge, they'd be failing right now.
Why do you not?
I really don't see the Democratic Party doing any better.
How do you? When you're saying he's not failing right now, you think our current state of our economy is a C? You give it an average? That's just an average economy?
Yes, because it's still producing. Inflation is still low. I know you're having issues understanding how inflation works, but it's still low, which means that prices are still like reasonable. I mean, for Biden,
these prices were not reasonable when delivering them to us. The same price of stuff.
Again, that's where we got the 9% inflation. Trump has not had 9%, and Trump's inflation has always been under 3%, except for the last month.
So you think the gas prices, all this stuff is acceptable? You think this is average?
Honestly, yes. It hasn't gotten to the part where it's like really bad. I mean, even oil prices are back in the 80s, which is what they were like even before Trump, even during Obama, they were in the 80s. I mean, they're a little high, but it's not like a disaster. It's not like under Biden where we got.
How high does gas prices have to go for you to think it's really bad? And you keep saying it's not like under Biden. How much was gas under Biden's term? Where are you getting this stuff from? I don't recall gas prices being $6 a gallon all over the country. You make it sound like under Biden, gas was way up here and it's not that bad under Trump. Gas prices under Trump, the last few months under Trump has been just as bad as Biden. There were plenty of times under Biden's term where gas was not over $4 a gallon like it's been under Trump.
I guess with Biden was more groceries than gas. With Trump, it's more gas than groceries. I mean, groceries are still high from the Biden term. But in the end, like, I think Trump's numbers, the inflation number speaks for everything. I know you're not understanding.
No, I get what you want to say about inflation, but you're making it sound like inflation is all you're focused on. Like nothing else matters but inflation.
But inflation is the price increase.
So nothing else economically. So economically, nothing else matters but inflation.
I mean, GTB also matters. It's how much GTB tells you how much we produced. Inflation tells you how more expensive things are.
Yeah.
So if inflation's under 3, that means things have only gotten 3% more expensive.
Okay.
If it's 9%, that means things have gotten 9% more expensive.
But he said he's going to bring the price down. Things getting more. You're giving him a C when things have went up. He said he's going to bring stuff. He said, I'm going to bring grocery prices down on day one. He made a promise that he was going to cut your energy bills in half in 12 months. He made a promise that he was going to lower rents. You're giving him a C. Ain't none of this shit happen.
Trump.
Trump.
Tim, if you have 2 hours for a fucking economy lesson, I'll show you
What about the promises he made? Give him the economy lesson because he promised he could do all of that stuff. Now that he failed, I gotta take an economy lesson to understand why he lied about all that stuff.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying he failed. He just hasn't. He hasn't done a good job. He hasn't done a bad job. He's done an average.
Why did he say he was going to bring down rents?
And in a lot of ways, a lot of rent has gone down. Things have gotten down, but because of this war, gas has gotten back up, and it's made a couple of things more expensive. And if he keeps going, then I'll be on the same boat you're on.
And he said he was gonna bring down the price of energy by 50% in 12 months. Why did he say that?
He did do that, but in the last 2 months, he undid it with this fucking retarded war in Iran.
You're telling me Trump cut the price of energy by 50% in his term?
I don't know about 50%, but it was really low the last 2 years.
No, it was not. What are you talking about?
What do you think low gas prices is? Low gas prices.
So you're telling me when Trump
nuclear plants and he's rebuilding our nuclear infrastructure.
You're telling me when Trump became president in January of 2025, at some point since he's been president, energy prices from the time he inherited from Biden got cut 50%?
I don't know how much they got cut, but I know
nowhere near that. Nowhere near that.
Reducing energy costs.
Nowhere near that. That hasn't come close to that.
The moves he's made will result in fucking a lot more energy.
That ain't what he promised.
Our demands have gone up a lot with the AI rush.
The point I'm saying, I gotta move it on. I seen the galaxy come. I gotta move it on. But the point I'm saying is, he hasn't met his campaign promises. What you're doing is saying, well, he tried, or he came close, or he didn't meet them, and you're giving him a C.
I'm not claiming he met them. I'm claiming he hasn't had a disaster like Biden's disaster.
Well,
even this Iran war hasn't gotten to the point where it's a disaster. He can still salvage it. He can still make the right moves and fix that Iran war situation. But he hasn't had an Afghanistan. He hasn't had a Ukraine. He hasn't had a major disaster. He hasn't had 9% inflation. He hasn't had that major disaster where Biden had a major disaster twice a year. He hasn't had that many.
I would submit to you, it depending on who you talk to, the Iran war has been a major disaster. You just view it more favorably. That war is not a success. That war is not even necessary, depending on who you are. It certainly ain't a success. That war is a major disaster. It's
not an absolute failure either.
What do we gain out of it?
We gain, if it's successful, we gain peace in the Middle East, hopefully.
You think we're going to get peace from this shit at all?
We'll see. It depends how it ends. I can't predict the future.
It's not going to end with peace. I got to move it on, but Iran is going to be...
The Democrats, what are they selling? What are they going to do better? Other than hating Trump. What are they going to do to fix anything, to fix Iran?
I'll tell you one thing.
They didn't do anything about Iran.
I'll tell you one thing. If they hang Trump, they met their campaign promise. I got to go. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 30,000. We'll go straight to the moderate. Saw the Galaxy come in. Now, I had stated don't Galaxy him because he got Galaxy so many fucking times, so I just go to you next.
Man,
moderate.
I wanted to talk to that guy.
Well,
Talk to that guy, bro.
Everybody, he was getting
Is this guy forgetting about the tariffs? Is he forgetting about the tariffs?
He thinks the tariffs are a success.
They're a success. Why they were found illegal.
Yeah.
And also, look at the amount of the prices that shot up over this. And then on top of it, now you got gas. Trump is a complete and utter failure.
Yes.
A complete failure in all points.
Yeah, he's even in the comments saying he likes the terror. So real quick in the comments, yesterday says, why did you let him stay so? Because people were galaxying to speak to him. That's why. I mean, if somebody is saying some shit you don't agree with and the galaxy comes in, that person gets 10 minutes. So they were trying.
I just try to get your attention and also support a guy.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Because you're doing a hard work up here. People know how hard this
it
is.
ain't. Yeah, it ain't easy when you're in the trenches.
It ain't
like
easy,
this.
bro. You
It
know,
ain't easy.
but I mean, I'm hearing these folks are delusional. And also, the previous guy, the lady was correct about the ballroom is costing the American taxpayer $1 billion. Trump is paying what, $400 million, but we, the American taxpayer, are paying $1 billion for a ballroom.
What is Trump paying?
$1 billion.
400. What is Trump even 400 million? What are you talking about?
Well, he's paying the $400 million to build the ballroom.
I don't even
and
believe that.
The security parts. Yeah, that's what he says.
Yeah, I don't even
right?
believe that. I believe that ballroom is going to be 100%. I believe that ballroom is going to be 100% on the taxpayers. I don't believe he's paying anything.
I mean,
on
$1
that.
billion. I mean, they went in and got rid of people's, Medicaid. They were cutting people. They were firing people from the federal government, right? Because they said wasteful spending. I don't know about you, Tim. Do we send politicians to Washington D.C. to dance in ballrooms, or do we send them there to get work done?
Well,
I mean, I don't understand.
Well,
Could you
I will.
imagine Joe Biden tearing down the East Wing to build a ballroom and saying that they would say, look at these libs are out of control.
Yeah, of course
Look
they
at these
would.
liberals.
Of course they would criticize Biden, but I'm going to put on my MAGA hat just for the sake of our conversation. I'll defend Trump on this angle. He is right. We could have used a larger space to entertain dignitaries and guests instead of having them outside in tents. However, you don't do this shit in the middle of a terrible economy. If the economy was blowing up and he said, look, we're doing so well, we're going to treat the American people to a larger White House to get a better image, so when the people come over, we're shining example, etc. You can make it sound sweet. If everybody else is doing well, everybody else is eating, I don't see any problem with it. But to do it right now, you got this this pool.
Tim, they could have found property in Washington D.C. somewhere to build a ballroom. They didn't need to tear down the East Wing. Yeah. He could have done this so different. We didn't need to have one right now. He did it because he wants to be a dictator. Okay? He didn't get permission to do this shit. He thinks he owns the White House. You know what I mean? He's just renting the place for 4 years.
Well, I think it's what folks don't often realize on Trump is that what he says is often not the true reason behind what he's doing. Like Venezuela was all about fentanyl and drugs. No, he wanted to get into the country. Same thing, Iran was all about protesters. Now he's saying that the White House is all about a ballroom. No, there's a fortified fucking bunker that he wants to build under it. Well, we need to build a ballroom. No, you want to tear up the fucking ground so you can put a fortified bunker under it.
I mean, if you look at the White House right now, look at what a joke it is. It's all tore up. You got a UFC fight. They done yanked up the grass. It's a dumpster fire. I mean, it's like America like that. We're just a giant reality TV show right now. It's absolutely embarrassing. You got people out here, struggling. Like my dad's he's a Trump supporter, but he's on a limited income. He's openly told me that it's worse under Trump, and like Trump's abandoned him in the Israel with the war and everything else. This guy is a complete and utter disaster. And a lot of these Trump supporters, they're still in delusional. They don't want to admit. And then they go to the stupid trans topic. No one gives a
Why
shit.
is that?
It's stupid. It's stupid. Well, Tim, that's all they got, bro.
But it's working. Look, if I was MAGA, I would keep hammering the trans shit as well. It's working, no matter. I mean, I get that it's like.
Ask folks, go to the gas station when they're filling up at $5, $6, $7 a gallon, and ask them, do you give a shit what's between someone's leg and what they identify, or do you care about the gallon of gas?
I hear you, but I'm telling you, that shit is toxic. It works. It's working.
You also know, here on TikTok, people don't want to, they want to be performative, and they don't want to answer it correctly, what a woman is, or whatever. That you just answer it correctly, be real, and be honest. And like, I'm with you. Democrats don't need to make that a central front of their argument. You can worry about that shit when you get in there. We need to worry about people's affordability issues. That can they afford gas? Can they afford the rent? Can they afford the electric bill? There's so much other shit that we need to be worrying about. You know, and Democrats need to get back to biscuits and gravy of what made the Democrat Party, and start worrying about that. And also they need to clean up the way they speak to people. They need to expand the party. They need to bring in religious folks and be okay with moderates and conservatives and be okay.
I think the Democrat. I mean, obviously the Hispanic and Black community are overwhelmingly religious. I think they're doing it. What the problem is, they don't want to bring in the religious zealots, the ones who don't just believe in God, but they want to tell you how you should believe as well. That's when they have a problem with it.
Like, what's that fella down there in
Texas?
Tallarico's a great.
Yeah.
I like the way how he's very comfortable with his faith. I'm going to tell you this: he's going to win that race down there in Texas. And I'm going to tell you this, Tim. I think James Tallarico could be the next president of the United States.
Whoa!
I think James Tallarico going to win in Texas. And then he's gonna go down there and he's gonna go in the Senate. He's gonna do some good stuff, and then he's gonna jump straight to the president, just like Brock did. Brock was a senator. You know, he's a freshman senator. And he ran for president, and he had a great way. James Tallarico has a great way about him. I'm telling you, if he goes in there and he does a great job, he can be the president of the United States.
You just mentioned the trans issue. Didn't the man say that God is non-binary? I don't know about the presidency matter. I mean, people are trying to make it out like the man is gay, for Christ's sakes. I mean,
no, he's not gay.
I'm not saying he is. I like him too.
But that's typical Trumpian bullshit right there. They want to go off and call him a vegan and everything. He's a real threat to them, and they're scared to death. You know why? Because he knows how to talk to people. He knows how to talk Republican. You know,
but he comes across as. Listen, folks want, I mean, I hate to say it, but in this misogynistic environment, folks want an alpha male. They want the Marlboro man. Tallarico's like Mr. Rogers. I don't see him getting the presidency. I just don't. And look, I might be somebody who would vote for him.
But the thing is, you got to realize people are fed up with the dumpster fire, the rhetoric. People are going to want to go back to a normal president, a person that you don't see the president. You don't have to hear him every damn day saying stupid shit. You want a president is competent. People hired a reality TV star that got famous for firing people on TV. Have we learned our lesson that I want a boring ass guy in there that can do the damn job. I don't need to be
that's you're turned off because of Trump. I get that. Obama was not boring. And Bill Clinton was not boring. He don't have to be boring.
But Obama was not in the news. He was not every day out there talking shit like Trump. Trump every day has to have his whole orange ass out there every day blowing something out of it, bro. Every single day. People are fed up. They don't want to see the president every single day, man. He's too much. They want to be able to live their life and see the guy be competent and do the job. You know?
Yeah.
I don't listen. This is not normal. He's made this shit normal. It's not normal.
Listen, if he got on television or he had an internet site, every night tune in at 7:00 and I'll give you the state of the nation or something. It's the bragging. It's the insults. I mean, how he was just on TV. I watched him right before I went live. Said all kinds of awful shit to Caitlin Collins again of CNN. It's that stuff. When people say they don't want the president on television every day, it's because of what he's doing.
You know let's be real about something. When the president of the United States look at a woman and tell her to be quiet, piggy, why do people just sit there and take that shit? He's the president. He's not the fucking king. You look at him and say, I'm not a fucking pig, you son of a bitch. You understand me? I'm a reporter. You understand? You are not. I don't need to bow down to you, bitch. You understand me? You understand me? You work for me. And someone needs to remind the president of the United States, he works for us. We don't bow down to him. He is not our king. He represents us. He's the president of the United States. He doesn't get to talk to his people like we're his bitch. Understand? He can talk to MAGA like that. They're used to that shit because he likes stupid fucks. We're not stupid, okay? We know what he is. We knew what he was the moment he came down into this fucking hellhole that he calls America now. He has made it this way. And he unleashed this bullshit. He unleashed Trumpism into this country, Tim. His behavior used to be frowned upon and people didn't like it. Now it's acceptable to speak and act like him. This is why you see Trumpers act like this online, because they're emboldened by him. We need to make it, we need to say this is stupid behavior. We need to take the country back and say, no, we are better than this. We're not acting like this. This guy's a fucking ass clown and we're tired of it. We're taking the country back and we're going to be professional again. We want a professional president. We don't want some fucking whack job who got famous for firing people and then grifting the living hell out of the American people out of every single dime he can. And I can't, and whatever president gets in there, they need to promise us that there's no moving on from Trump. It is prosecuting Trump. It is going after his family and every single Trumpian asshole that has ripped us off. We're going for every single dime, Donnie. You better pardon every one of these bitches because we're coming for them. We're coming for the money and we're going to prosecute them. We're going to put a real attorney general and we're coming for your ass, bro. Every single dime. And I can't wait till we can put him in a 6x9 cell and lock his ass up for eternity. He should never see the light of day. He is a criminal. He's an insurrectionist. He's a piece of shit.
God damn,
I hope I got my $10.
you need to be a fucking co-host. God damn. I need to have you on the side. God damn.
I don't like this guy. I'm tired of what he's done in my country, bro. Aren't you?
Well, listen, I'm not a fan of...
Look at the state of America, Tim. It's not normal. We're in a war that we can't get out. He made America a bitch. We got the baddest military in the world. We can't open the strait, Tim. We got how much do we spend? Billions of dollars and billions of dollars on our military. We can't open the strait. This guy says, I got all the cards. Bitch, you ain't got the strait card. You ain't got it. You can't get in there. You can't get in there. They made you a bitch. Now, Tim, he's going to give him $300 billion, Tim. $300 billion, Tim, to open up the strait. He's like, please open it up, please. I can't take it. I can't handle this. Here's $300 billion. He bitched about how much Brock gave to him. He's going to give more to him. He's got to outdo Brock there, too. Brock gave him like $1.8 billion of their own money. He's going to give him $300 billion.
Obama.
So always got to outdo Obama on everything, even stupid shit. Man, these people, it's like I'm at work and I hear these people talk. I can't talk politics at work. I'm about to blow up in my head when I hear these people telling me this guy is good. Have you seen gas prices? I'm getting violated every time I go to the pump. There need to be lube at the pump. They need to lube me up before I pump that in there, man. I'm being violated. I should be calling the cops and important. I've been violated at the pump. Can you help me? Please send help. And don't forget, Tim, he wanted to put himself on a $250 bill.
Has that been stopped?
Huh?
They're still pursuing that, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, he has to change laws. You know, that petty law stuff is in the way. They just can't do it, you know. My thing is, bitch, you want to send us, how about you send us $250 so we can afford this fucking gas, bro? You know what? How about you send us some STEMI checks? Don't put your stupid face on it, because then it's going to devalue before it even gets to us. You know, it's like, I don't understand, folks, why they tell us that we have Trump deranged.
Oh my God, you cannot criticize. You can't say shit about Trump without somebody saying you got derangement syndrome.
Bro,
I don't get it.
They got Trump devotion syndrome, bro. They are so devoted to the man. The man can walk in. The man can walk in with some of these folks and literally say, "I want to have your wife all night," and they were like, "You know what, Mr. President? That's a great idea. Here's my wife. No problem. Here's a towel for you too." You know, like they would literally do it, Tim. They would let him violate their wife, bro. They would. It's best for the country. We got to do it. You know. They would.
Oh,
they're so stupid.
There is a lot of love for the guy. So you believe
it's delusional love. They're delusional, Tim.
How do you think that happens though, where you get some folks who favor a president no matter what he does, even if he says I'm gonna do this, and you vote for him because of what he promised, and he does the exact opposite?
Oh, he's just keeps trying. Tim, you're telling him he's not doing all. He's working at it. No, he's getting played by the Iranians. Iranians are playing his ass, and now he's telling people he's bored with it. We heard this week's back that he was bored with it, and he comes out and goes, "I'm not bored with this. I'm on it." No, you're not. You know why he's bored? Because he can't win. He can't win. And
so how does this end?
How it ends?
Yeah.
I don't think it. We're going to experience some. If you're listening to Mr. Global, and you're hearing what's going to happen in the next few weeks, you're going to have countries running out of fuel. And it's going to come down to where Trump is basically going to give them whatever the hell they want. And then he's going to get roasted. He'll come out and say that they don't have nuclear stuff. And He set them back decades. He'll try to take whatever win he can, and he's going to give them billions and billions of dollars and then try to get out, and then they are going to get their asses handed to them so bad in the midterms. He is going to be irrelevant after these
so you
midterms.
don't expect the gerrymandering of the right, because they're 10 seats up from what I hear.
People, Republicans, if you're looking at Texas, we're going to win. If we take that seat in Texas, they're fucking cooked in the midterms. If we take Texas and we take that seat, they are fucking cooked. I don't.
You really think that's going? You think Tallarico's going to be a senator?
Tim, you got to understand. People, I'm in Ohio, red Ohio. People are furious with him with this war. They're furious with the prices. They're furious with these stupid ballroom shit. They have had enough. And I'm telling you, the one thing you want to fuck with a Republican, you make them mad, you fuck with their money. When they can't afford gas, and when they're on the weekends with their boats and they can't afford the gas to put in their boat and their Harley and the shits, that's when it fucks with them. That's when you hit a Republican where it hits, is their wallet. And when they're spending more and more and more at the pump, that's when they care. That's when they care. And when they see this dumbass everyday tone, I'm about to open it up. I'm about to open. And it's like fucking, what is it, 90 days, almost 90 days into it? That bitch ain't opening up. Only thing's open up is the Americans' asses from fucking getting raked over at the freaking pump, bro.
He has been saying we're close to a deal for so long. Every time he talk, we're close. They want a deal. They're begging for a ceasefire. Obviously, that stuff has been a lie. Now they're talking about the potential that this could go on beyond Labor Day. Trump came out and said that the other day himself. So it's pretty clear. He's also stated he don't care about the midterms because Iran is trying to drag this out. Okay, well, if Iran is trying to drag it out, sir, why have you been saying they're begging for a ceasefire? So it's clear he's been lying.
And then I just see where they were hitting. They just hit. Was it Dubai? They hit somebody's airport with a missile. They lit up somebody's airport. Either yesterday, I think it was yesterday. They hit somebody's airport.
I think it was Kuwait or something. I heard about it.
It was a Kuwait. Yeah, it was a Kuwait. I know they hit somebody's. So are they begging? No, because they know Donald Trump's a bitch. They made him a bitch, bro. And he did this to himself. He went in there. Bibi promised him, they're going to surrender. No, they're not. Bro, you taking on 93 million folks.
Was all this because of Bibi Netanyahu?
100%. And it's either this. It's like this. There's a few different ways you look at this. When Trump has taken hundreds of millions of dollars from the pro-Israel side, hundreds of millions of dollars
AIPAC.
For his campaign. AIPAC, yeah, 100%. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And yet, if you've seen their relationship, there's fighting with each other. He's even admitted that he was telling Bibi how stupid and what an idiot, everybody hates him and everything. But the problem is, though, everybody hates you too. You know, everybody hates you too. You're just as hated as he is. So don't think you any better.
What is this, Hitler and Mussolini having a phone call?
They're both idiots, right? But the problem is, I think it's either the money or Bibi has something. Because you made a man who literally said he was never going to do no foreign wars, no new wars, no nation building. You made a man go into Iran, start a war, spend billions of dollars. What would make a man do that? Would there be something that he doesn't want to come out? Would there be something so catastrophic to him that if it came out, that if a certain country had of him, information, videos, or something that would make a man go against every single thing? It's the same with Vlad. Why does Vladimir Putin have so much leeway with Trump?
Yeah.
You ever ask yourself, what does Vlad
So you
have
thinking
on
that
him?
he may have committed some of those heinous acts either in Israel or in Russia?
Yes. There's something there. It's like when you want to go, if you want to get after him, it's either money or you got some really bad shit that he does not want out. And you know what? And if you want the president of the United States to dance for you, and you know this, either you're going to give him money or you're going to have some shit on him. And you know what? Hey, the Mossad is some smart folks, bro. They're not dumb.
Yeah.
You know what? If they get their hands on something, and all you got to do is say, hey, I got
So
this.
you're
such and
basically
such.
saying our president is compromised.
Oh, well, yeah, he's compromised from the get-go. If you look at Qatar, look at Qatar. Look, like everything where he's got his money into everywhere. This guy, he should have already been impeached, bro. This is when this is all said and done. Richard Nixon, if we could bring Richard Nixon
Oh my
from the
God.
70s, if we could bring him forward right now, and we'd say, hey, Richard, I want you to look at this. He would say, there's no way I'm resigning.
Right.
I'm staying in, bro. There's no way.
Well, he didn't have the same Republican Party as Trump. Trump's Republican Party.
The thing is, those Republicans were real Republicans.
Right.
These are fake ass Trumpians that are like sycophants. You know, they're just obsessed with him. And if you look at Trump's health, you look at the bruising on the back of the neck, the hand. The guy looks like shit. He's not sleeping. He's worried to death. You know, it's like he's completely screwed himself. You know, all he had to do is come in and write off President Biden's economy, but the economy was doing good. You know,
I say it.
normal shit.
Yeah, I got to move it on, but I'll just say this. I say all the time, if he had just did what he campaigned on, if he had just met those, the Democrats still wouldn't like him. But if he had done what he campaigned on, I think he would have been a fairly decent president. He just went way far to the right from what he actually. He got in there, and I guess the Steve Bannons and Millers and Netanyahus and all them got in his ear.
But you know, we can blame everybody else. He's the president.
Right.
He's a grown ass, almost 80-year-old man. He made these decisions, bro. You know, he made the decision to go in, and it's catastrophic for all of us. But we tried to tell people in 2024 this was going to happen. Hillary tried to tell them. Harris tried to tell them. You know, if people would have stopped being afraid of having a woman president, we wouldn't be in this situation. People would be able to afford their gas right now. Your groceries we wouldn't be going through a tariff war.
You think Kamala Harris would have been a much better president?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could put my dog in there, and my dog would have been a better president. I'm being serious. Donald Trump is it'll go down in history as literally one of the stupidest men ever to be in there. Catastrophically ignorant and unfit. And then people that are voting for him, they're as equally as smooth.
They're gonna disappear. I gotta move it on, but the people that voted for him are gonna disappear. Once he becomes an unpopular ex-president, them people are not gonna be around. You have a hard time finding them.
Should we be co-hosting lives together? Should we be talking to one another on there?
Perhaps we should get together and do this more. We absolutely should.
I'm telling you, John said he enjoyed our conversation the other night when he came on the live. I know I did. I went on Zeus's live and I got to talk to him. He said the same thing because I had
Zeus on the other day for the first time.
Yeah, Zeus is good, man. I like
Zeus is great.
You know, like I like it that we don't necessarily agree on everything, you know. But
you had a big mix-up. You were a big pro-Israel guy during the whole Gaza thing. Man, you had a mix-up over that.
I was wanting the hostages, man. That's where I was at. I wanted the hostages to come home, and I couldn't stand Hamas. You know what I mean? But a lot has changed, bro. A lot has changed. BB is an absolute war criminal. You know what I mean?
That's what we were telling you when the hostages were still being held.
I didn't really focus on. I was really more focused on the hostages. I wanted them to come home, man. You know, because it wasn't their fault, man. They went and got kidnapped. You know.
Yeah, I agree with that. But my whole point was
it's a whole mess over there, bro.
Yeah, my whole point was they took your hostages. They definitely should be held accountable. But you don't starve all the people to get your hostages back. There's a lot of innocent people you're starving and killing to get. Hostages are probably dead. I mean, what they were doing, Netanyahu was going way too far to get those. What he was doing in regards to getting those hostages back.
I show the video in my live of like this drone footage. And there's just miles and miles of just devastation, and like they just basically carpet bombed this. Yeah. Like they used to tell me that they had to get permission for each strike, and like I'm like, okay, their lawyer, and like, so your lawyer must have just signed once and said strike all, because that's what it looks like to me.
He was going overboard. All right, we got to get together again in the future. I got to move it on. Good talk.
All right. That was good talk.
You did your thing, man. You did your thing. Thank you. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 60,000. That was the one and only moderate Democrat. Follow the man. He has a good show as well. Follow the man if you lean left, or if you like. He takes folks on the right. He don't play games with you. He'll bring you up. He don't play games with you. Tap the screen. Debo, thank you for the hat and mustache. I don't know if I would get enough conservative challengers, says that dude. You gotta let them speak. That's the problem. Is a lot of liberals and conservatives do not know how to actually allow their opposition to speak. Look, I lean somewhat left of center. I go on MAGA lives and they're talking all over me and cussing me out. But because I defend Trump on some shit, if I go on liberal lives, they do the same damn thing. So there's a lot of folks who host programs, host shows that just does not know how to entertain somebody with a opposing opinion. If you know how to oppose, if you know how to entertain people with an opposing opinion, you'll get plenty of folks who favor you and folks who disagree. It can be done. Thank you for the hat and mustache, Debo. Let me go back, get the show back on the road, and taking callers in the comments. Get my spectacles on. I just am always puzzled over the confusion imposed. I dig delving for a solid answer, one that minds thoughts impose. There's reasons behind why men whose mortal pretends he. I don't know where that's a mouthful. I don't know where you're going, guys. See, Trump probably attacked Iran because he's hiding something, probably stolen money. I don't even know why a man who allegedly was not even taking a salary has always been accused of getting paid and trying to and pursuing money. And I understand it because he's running a ton of businesses, selling shoes and Bibles and all crypto and all of that. This guy made it sound like, unlike all the other swampy ass politicians, you don't have to worry about me coming in here and doing anything but what the hat says, making America great again. I'm not here for the money like all of these swampy politicians before me. And to prove it, I'm not even going to take a salary. That sounded phenomenal. But when he got in there, and what we've seen particularly out of this last administration, him as number 47, it's been anything but. It's been anything but. He clearly is getting paid and on the take. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I wish I had the clip queued up. She just did an interview with Tucker Carlson, and even Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker are saying he's bought and paid for. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Even folks on the right are saying this man is bought and paid for, mainly because of the Israel thing and the AIPAC money. Looking in the comments, we'll go back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go to Darren Stiles. Trump gets a bigger tax return from his president paycheck donation. Huh? Like I said, Trump is selling all kinds of shit. So he's making money off of the presidency. I mean, he even took some dignitaries because they had like a shop in the White House that was selling Trump 2028 hats and shit like that. He was taking them in there, showing them that stuff. Why are you selling that? Why are you selling that in the White House? Which is by the way, it's not constitutional for you to run for a third term anyway. So why are you selling shit with unconstitutional is what I'm looking for? Why are you selling shit like that? Some of the stuff he did is horrible. Darren, good evening.
Good evening. I haven't spoken to you in a long time, almost a year, but I do commend you on your great patience to listen to a lot of rhetoric and giving an honest opinion. It's not about taking sides. It's about making America great again, right?
That's what it's supposed to be about. Yes, sir. Do you think that Trump is like that, though?
Do I think Trump is like that? To be honest with you, what I really feel about Trump, I voted for Trump 3 times. I'll vote for him for the 4th time, but that's only a troll. Obviously, Democrats don't know what that means unless it's their joke. But I honestly think what we've been through for the last 4 years under the Biden administration, as a man, that was the worst experience I ever had. I was very unproud to be an American during the Biden administration.
Do you
find out the trickling economics?
Do you feel?
It's your show.
When you say you were under Biden and you're more proud to be a man now, do you think Trump is doing a good job right now? Thank you, Alter Ego.
I'm very. The one thing we both could agree upon, as far as the news footage that's 24/7 in social media, everything is extremely confusing. So their mission has been accomplished with that. I think we both agree with that. So a lot of things that we normally wouldn't know 30, 40 years ago behind what goes on behind the closed doors, it's a little more divulged, but then it's also manipulated and construed, and there's a lot of lies. A white lie is a lie. So right now, as far as having Trump back as president, I would take that absolutely again and again over Biden or Harris or any Obama, influence.
But do you think
I
get you don't lean left, so preferring Trump over a Biden, Harris, or Obama makes perfect sense. You don't lean left. But do you think, as someone who votes right, is Trump doing a good job to you as a conservative voter?
felt he accomplished the things as far as immigration. That was targeted number one. Me living in a liberal city in New York City, I think the city's disgusting. I can't wait to leave the city, especially with Mandumi running it. But the socialist is taking over the United States.
What was that name again?
The Biden Mandumi.
Oh my God. It's
The 33-year-old man. The 33-year-old Mandumi, yes.
Oh.
The one that keeps on talking like he's on a game show, smiling all the time.
Did you
But
think
it's
that
not
now you guys have had
nice.
you guys have had a host of liberal mayors. Did you think the mayor before him was doing a good job?
Absolutely not, but at least I picked my poison. I would have voted for Adams over Mandumi any day.
I mean, when is the last time you had a good mayor? Giuliani?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
Yeah,
Listen, I grew up a Democrat. My grandparents raised me. They were old school, first generation Americans from Pennsylvania, old little town, Uniontown. They used to always say the same thing about Republicans. A good Republican is unalive a Republican. And I was registered Democrat my whole entire life until 4 years ago. But the last Democrat I actually, me personally voted for was Bill Clinton's second term. And don't hold that against me. I didn't know it was popular back then. But I don't see any common interest with the whole entire Democratic Party. As a man trying to bust my butt to work every single day and hear that people that are lazy, that are unemployed, are receiving more benefits than me, I listen.
How low?
I speak
Wait.
to people on a daily basis.
When you say that people who are lazy and unemployed are getting more benefits than you, first thing I'd have to ask is, shit, how low are you being paid? Because I know if I sat at home and didn't work, I would have a hard time bringing in as much as somebody working at McDonald's. So you must be making very low income for somebody to be able to sit at home and actually get more than you.
I'm not saying generally, particularly to me. I make six figures, but you're talking about when I was unemployed.
What are you
I
talking
get the same
about?
benefits, obviously because of the card changed. But you're talking about unemployment in New York. They get $800 a week.
How much does an apartment cost in New York?
I don't want to work.
How much does an apartment cost in New
If they
York?
have vouchers, since the vouchers, because now they're giving out vouchers like it's easy as a 3-bedroom voucher is $37. So now my rent that was $2,100 4 years ago is now $3,500 because of the vouchers. All real estate brokers take the vouchers first now. They ask you have a voucher? I'm like, why do you keep on asking about these vouchers? They're like, oh, because every landlord wants the voucher getting $3,700 rather than $3,000. So you can't even get an apartment in New York because of that.
Here's what I don't get. Now I understand the right does not like how liberal cities are ran, but I don't often hear them bragging that much about how great Republican cities are ran. Okay, you leave New York. Where are these great Republican cities? I mean, there are some big cities that are ran by Republicans.
Florida.
Well, the whole state.
Florida.
There are there's a lot of poverty in Florida, plenty of cities in Florida that are Republican ran, and the people live like shit. Just like Mississippi, Alabama, any of those states down there, there's tons of Republican cities that are ran like trash, and the people in that town are talking about New York and Chicago. Like, don't you see how bad things are in your own city? Because you guys criticize liberal cities, but you don't really celebrate Republican cities.
I don't know. I have to do some research on that question. Compared cities to cities of what's run by Republican or Democrats. What was the major states? California is a disaster, as we all know. New York is another disaster. Jersey, they had some kind of epiphany. Jersey has some kind of, now with their new governor, I don't think they have a chance. Hell, I think more out of Jersey. I don't think it's Republican and Democrat no more. It's completely changed. It's either socialism or democracy. Or it's really the republic. They're going to use the word democracy.
You're breaking up something awful. Are you there? I may have to drop you. Your
They
signal.
want to give it for free. So they're in organizations. They make it.
You got a bad signal. Can you hear
You hear
me?
me?
Yeah, you're going in and out.
I don't know if you hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're coming in and out.
I just got home, so I think it's trying to pick up my Wi-Fi. That's what it is.
Yeah. I'll give it a minute, otherwise I may have to drop you. But the point
I'm gonna take off my Wi-Fi. I'm with you now.
Okay. The point I'm making is this. You cannot operate a big city the way Republicans who are anti-social programs, all the stuff you're talking about, people getting benefits and things like that, you cannot operate a city on Republican principles. There are going to be people that fall behind in the city, and if you leave them behind, that's how you increase crime rates, you increase homelessness. You got a bunch of people living together. You can't just say fuck those who are not doing well or those who are not putting forth an effort. They're still in town. So you're going to be stepping over them in every damn thing. That's why you got to have social programs in big cities. Republicans don't like social programs. That works in rural areas where you don't have a lot of people. But when you got 1 million people, you can't do that. That's not going to work. That's why you don't see a lot of big cities ran by Republicans. Because when the big city people get a chance to vote, they don't vote that shit in. They vote away from it.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm not against, like, social service type of programs. It's just been abused, and mostly it directs right to the politicians. And more funds that being, and assets that's being given to the housing department. You found that in New York City a couple of years ago.
Okay.
It was fraud. They arrested hundreds of people. This money is not going to the.
But here's the problem. You guys are so focused on fraud. The point I'm making is you'll never have a social program that is fraud free. And what you get, I think that your motto is the exact opposite of the Democrats. The Democrats would rather risk having a few people get benefits that should not get it, as opposed to preventing people that really need it from getting it. You guys would rather prevent people that need benefits from getting them so that nobody who's trying to get it illegally don't get it. You'd rather cut the whole program off. You guys, anytime you bring up social programs, the first thing the right starts talking about is people getting it by fraud. You're focused on the fraud. There's no program that's going to be fraud free.
I agree with you when it comes to it will never be fraud free, but you're talking about mass fraud where it's almost unbearable. You're talking about an American citizen is not going to get social services as opposed to somebody from a foreign country. And I lived it. I was unemployed. I lost my job 4 years ago. I got nothing. Every single person, when I went to the food stamp office from another country, they got government assistance for housing. They got food stamp. They got everything immediately. Me, for the 6 months, I got to fill all this paperwork and kept on getting denied. It's a broken system internally. You can't have immigrants in the system working the system for other immigrants. Like, I don't understand where America became. There's no American ran anything. Everything is outsourced, or they have people of lower IQs running these businesses because everybody has to get a job, right? But they're helping other people out. So that's the system that's broke about it. It's not about fraud. It's about a broken system when you go into the SNAP office and they teach you how to commit more fraud. And these are people working for the government. And these government people that are working there, they're not from the United States, so they got it for free. So they're going to teach everybody else how to do it for free. That's the biggest issue. Well, you're talking about fraud, stealing money with politicians in Minnesota and everywhere else. That's the least of my concerns. I want mine. If I'm working for the last 30 years, I want to know if, God forbid, something happens, I'll be able to get something on the plate for my kids. And they don't give a shit about Americans, especially if you're a white American. And that's just a fact. And now the black community is getting affected. Why would you say they don't give a shit about you, especially if you're a white American, when you represent the largest group of people that are getting welfare and SNAP and benefits? Because they know I'll get a job tomorrow. The people that are lifetime on the system, they're going to take care of because they're getting kickbacks for it. You don't think there's a bunch of white people that are sitting around on the couch getting free shit? You only think it's other people? Absolutely. No. I didn't say it. You said because they know. You said because they know you'll get a job tomorrow. What do you mean? Why do they know you'll get one as opposed to somebody else? What is so special about you that makes them know you'll get a job tomorrow? I pay taxes every single year. Once I stop paying taxes, they know I'm not working. So they know people that aren't working. They're gonna make sure. Listen, I work in every single projects in New York, on Staten Island. Every single one of them. Not one of them ever had a job for 20, 30 years. They have housing. And those housing they take advantage of, because if you're not on a voucher, these are disgusting apartments. They're charging $3,500 for an apartment that's worth $1,500. When you look at the system, it's broken. I don't disagree that the system needs to be overhauled. But what I don't get is, you guys, when it comes to trying to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, you go after the little fish. And you actually favor and support the big fish, the big people who are not paying taxes, like Trump. Trump was just about to get the IRS
pretty much give him a get out of jail free card on tax cheating for the rest of his life. And we're talking about some dude sitting on the couch getting $500 in unemployment every week. A guy like that who's making billions of dollars convinced the DOJ to give him a get out of jail free card on tax cheating. One dude. It would take thousands of people to defraud the system, to do the damage that one guy at his level could do. And we're focused on all them little people. Meanwhile, he's pardoning cryptocurrency guy. You really want to go after fraud? Why not go after the one or two guys that are taking millions instead of all these little tiny minnows you're going for? Why don't you catch a shark? Catch a shark. Quit bringing in minnows.
Take them all down. But it would never happen.
I don't even hear the right talk.
Politicians would never be able to never have money.
That's
how politicians get their money.
I don't even hear the right showing interest in taking down corporate and big level fraud. Every time you hear the right talking, it's welfare fraud. It's the Somalis. These people that are taking little money. The people who are taking real big money, you don't hear them talking about them. In fact, they defend tax cuts and shit for them. Well, they create jobs. Let them get away with it. You actually defend that stuff. And all you need is a handful of those people, and you can bring in more money than thousands of welfare and unemployment cheats. Why not go after the big fish?
Go after all of them, but it's not going to happen. I agree with you. Go after all of them.
It would happen if you joined the liberals and had as much passion as you do for the little guy. Go after the big guy. There's a lot more money to be netted. Huh?
I don't know what you said. Join the liberals so you can support the little guy. I don't know what a Democrat.
No. I didn't say support.
Absolutely nothing for me.
I didn't say support the little guy. I said join the liberals so you can go after the big guys. The liberals
never associate myself with somebody that's liberal minded. I'm sorry. They're just completely. They're not logical people.
So nothing they do
is now insane. The sane is insane.
Nothing
to me is just completely opposite.
So the liberals don't do anything logical, not one thing logical at all.
I'm really trying to think of a policy that helped me out of my life, but Democratic policy. I'm very limited of thinking right now. I can't think of anything.
You don't think,
especially living in New York.
You don't think Obama's universal health care helped out any Americans at all?
No.
Not one.
Universal health care. You know how much my insurance went up? That didn't help me.
What about the people that had none at all? What about those folks? Did it help them?
That had none at all.
Yeah.
The people that aren't working, that had no insurance.
Yeah.
See, that's the way it works. It's a certain system that you're supposed to be taught as a person, as a kid. You get a job and you make money. With that money, you live with. But you want me to support someone that never had a job and they didn't have health care?
Why do you
get health care in America?
Why do you assume? Hold on. Why do you assume that everybody that doesn't have health care doesn't have a job? You ever get in an Uber? They don't get health care. You ever DoorDash something? They don't get health care. Most of the people that are working in contract jobs that are doing 40 to 80 hours a week. What?
Yeah, because they have their wife on the system. They get health care.
You think every Uber driver is married? Every one of them?
Yes. They'll find a way to make sure they buck the system.
So in other words, you don't. So in other words, you just assume they're taken care of. You really don't care nothing about them. You just assume that somehow, some way, they're making a living.
All they have to do is go to any emergency room. They'll be treated.
That's not health care.
That's not
it, sir. Going to the emergency room is not health care. If you got diabetes, for instance, they don't treat you until you come there with an emergency, a diabetic emergency. They're not giving you insulin and giving you regular treatments. The emergency room only treats you when something really goes wrong. If you got high blood pressure, they're not giving you high blood pressure prescriptions and treating. They wait till you have a stroke, then they'll treat you. So that's not health care, the emergency room.
So now the logical answer would be is just don't get a job then, right? It's either get a job and you have to pay for your health care through your company, or if you have a company that doesn't support health care because you're working part-time, you have to find another way to get the health care. And they do.
No, they
That's
don't.
Why the system's broke.
No, they don't, sir. There's plenty of working Americans that do not have health care. There are people who work more than 40 hours a week, and they're just uninsured. They just have to wait till that emergency happens.
I came across a person that didn't have insurance, health care insurance with a job. I personally have never came across that.
That's probably why you're saying what you're saying, is because you just have never experienced. Next time you get in an Uber, ask them Ask them, ask them, if you're getting an Uber or Lyft, ask them, are all of you guys married? Every single one of you are? I guarantee you they're not, because I used to be an Uber driver for years unmarried. I guarantee you they're not married.
That's a part-time job, though.
No, it's not.
Job wouldn't get healthcare.
People are feeding their families off of that. That's not part-time for. I'll tell you this. I'll give you another example. Anytime you go into a Dollar Tree or a fucking this little smaller restaurant, shit, even Walmart to some degree, I'll tell you something. When you see people working for jobs where they're making slightly above minimum wage, their insurance sucks. Even if they're even getting it. If they're even getting it. So for them folks, they're essentially uninsured. They can't handle the out-of-pocket. If you're making 13, 14 bucks an hour, you can't handle the out-of-pocket cost of the deductibles for hardly anything you get. So that person may as well be uninsured.
Correct. So their goal is to get a better job, right? That's the only way that's going to get you to motivate to do something, right?
So
if you have a job right now, you complain your job doesn't pay enough to pay your rent. What's your goal? To stay at the job?
Yeah, but what do I do but while I'm trying to better myself, I'm uninsured. You're basically telling that person, so what? Figure it out while I'm trying to better myself, as you're talking about. And I agree you should try to better yourself. But what about that period of time? They're uninsured.
You wait. The question was while they're uninsured working at Uber.
While they're doing what you're telling, you work at a shitty job where the insurance they don't give you any insurance at all, or you're woefully underinsured. Your response is, well, you need to try to work on getting a better job. My point is, while they're trying to do that, they are uninsured. What do you do about that?
What do? I don't do absolutely nothing for it. They have to do it for themselves. There has to be some way the government doesn't hold your hand. That's why if you're saying that means you're pro-socialist.
That is exactly what's happening. The government is not holding their hand. That's why there's so many people uninsured. They're letting them sink. They're doing what you just told them. This is why I always say the right's motto is essentially don't ask me for shit. If you fall in your face, either you stay down there until you die or you figure it out. It's a don't ask me for shit mentality. That's why I get why you don't like Mamdani. You don't want to help out your fellow man.
He's not helping nobody out, Mamdani. He's basically extorting and actually robbing the middle class. He's trying to take landlords' buildings away from them. He's not doing anything that's in a positive for the middle class. It's going to destroy the middle class. Every policy that he opposed is basically robbing.
Yet
he wants to rob the landlords.
Yet the average income for people that live in his city is considerably more than the average income for most Republican towns. I don't know. You guys say the Democrat cities suck. That's where all of the folks are making the money though. It's in the Democrat cities. In the Republican areas, that's where all the poverty is. So I can't make sense of it.
Yeah, but when you come up to a stat like that in New York City, you're putting doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, everybody in the same category that someone that's making bare minimum wage. New York minimum wage is $17. That's not going to cut it no more. No, it's $15. I don't even know what minimum wage now anymore is. It didn't go up that much. I think it's $15 or $17. So you're talking about it's not going to benefit nobody.
Yeah, but the only reason why it's higher in New York is because just like your party is don't ask me for shit, don't ask me for a minimum wage increase. Your side of the aisle don't want to pay people an increase in minimum wage either. Even if you do go to work, your party is like, don't ask me for shit if you stay home or you're not working. And if you do go to work, don't ask me for shit there either. Don't ask me for a minimum wage increase. Don't ask me if you can unionize. Don't ask me for better benefits. Don't ask me for shit whether you're working or not. Takesha, I don't see your request, but that's what I'm saying is your party is just don't ask me for shit under any circumstance.
The government is not supposed to be there for you. I don't know why everybody's misconstruing this. That anything that the government gives you is not for free. There's a payback in return. You have to remember, they were trying to do it even during COVID. People that were unemployed, they forced people to be unemployed. They had people in the system itself. What do you think the next thing was going to be if no one took the vax? You're not going to get no more payments. That's what you guys are going to start realizing. The more the countries subsidize you with socialist policies, the more control they have over you.
Yeah.
They'll tell you what you're going to eat.
Real quick, hold on.
You're going to work.
Real quick, I saw the Galaxy. I sent the request to Takesha. I don't know if she took it, but I did see. I'll just tell you this because I got a guest that wants to talk to you. But I will just tell you this, Darren. I don't know any country on earth that operates with a don't ask me for shit mentality that's successful. The most successful countries on earth look out after its citizens. Not one country on earth does what you're talking about. Not one country on earth does things the way you're talking about with its citizens and is doing well. None of them. Takesha, good evening.
Well,
Go ahead. Make your point.
in return, the rebuttal itself, they're not also taxed as much as us as well.
Bullshit. You don't think in
So you have to
Europe
remember.
they're taxed more?
Is it?
Yes. In Europe, they're
Listen, you would know better than me. You're the one who made this
yeah,
statement.
they're
You would know better
taxed
than me. I know
more.
in New York, I tax a lot.
They're taxed
I get
more.
borough tax, I get city tax, I get state tax, then I federal tax.
They're taxed more in Europe, in Australia, all of the other free countries, the NATO countries. All of those countries do more for their citizens.
Socialist countries.
Give me another. Name me another capitalist country on earth other than America.
A real capitalist country, or one that's called himself like Ukraine or Israel?
Is America a real capitalist country?
Of course it is.
You got to be doing.
Besides America,
You got to be
real
doing business
capital.
with somebody else. Give me another real capitalist country on the planet.
Predominantly, most of European countries, I would assume they're capitalist countries, but they also are a socialist country.
They do well. America has socialist tendencies as well. I just think America.
Of course.
All of those countries do more for its citizens and tax its working class more than America does. All of them do. If
Give me an
there's
example. What did he do?
tuition, daycare, in some cases housing, all of the stuff you guys don't like, free lunch in schools, all of the shit you guys are complaining about, medical, all of that
Pay for it.
stuff.
It's not free. It's the working class paying for it.
Okay.
So as far as free daycare, there's free daycare in New York City. Everybody's allowed to do it. Even migrants are allowed to have free daycare. So my taxes go to them. That's what I am opposing to.
And I'm
If it was
telling
another
you,
working
there's
person,
no.
I have no problem.
And there is no country on earth that has people that are as stingy with their tax money as you're talking about and is a successful country. That what you're talking about does not work. It just creates a whole lower poor class and eventually they rise up and cause mayhem. It does not work. You got a guest though, Takesha. What brings you on the program? I'm assuming you want to talk to this gentleman?
I don't even know how I got up there, Tim. I saw a request from you and I hit accept.
Oh, somebody made it sound like you were sitting in the galaxy. I'll bring you up in a little bit. I'll drop you then. All right. Fair enough. Okay, so like I said, I don't know if a don't ask me for shit mindset works in terms of a nation. If I had another example to compare, maybe I could hear what you're saying, but all the other countries, sir, they look out for their citizens more than they do in America.
I'm not totally opposed to actually helping out the civilians. I think that's extremely beneficial to any country. But on the same note, as far as it just got so big and so out of hand, it's not even helping out the right people. Like the SNAP office. I worked in the SNAP office for my occupation for the last 4 months. And I talked to every single one of those people, and I heard all their problems, why they're down and out. And I asked them, did they ever offer you like a job program or a tutoring program where they actually could teach you a trade? They're like, no. It's all fake. It's all for
You know why that
smoking mirrors.
is?
The money's just being filthy.
You know why that is? Because the folks like you who don't want your money going to folks who sit at home, you also don't want your money going to help SNAP people get educated. Just like the people in prison. Well, I don't get free.
That's what I'm for.
This is what you guys say. I had to pay for my education. Why should you be able to get on welfare and get a free education or a free trade? Why should you get one when you're locked up?
Pay for my education. That's why I didn't go to college. I couldn't afford it.
That ain't what I'm
And now,
saying, though.
I
That's
didn't
not
take
what I'm
advantage of
saying.
anything.
What I'm saying is, you ask, why is there not training for SNAP recipients? And I'm telling you, folks who talk like you that don't want your money going to anything, you're so tight-wad with your money, you're not giving enough for anything. They don't have enough money for that
How
stuff.
much more you want me to give? I give 36% of my paycheck. How much more you want me to give? I'll give it to a program where it's going to actually help somebody and get them into an occupation. I'll do a trade school all day and every day. I think we should actually take away college funds and give more trade schooling to kids because no one knows how to do anything nowadays. No one wants to do anything manual labor.
So
no
you-
carpenters, no
So
electricians.
you'd be okay with tuition loan forgiveness?
Absolutely. For a trade school, 100%.
Okay.
That's a lot better than giving somebody freaking free money. People don't have value for free. Free don't mean nothing to nobody. If I start giving out $1,000 to everybody, by the end of the day, those same people I gave $1,000 who's going to ask me for another $1,000. There's no value to them. They didn't work for it. Every penny that we work for, and you know you bust your butt for, you know you have to pay your bills, and you know you have some kind of self-gratification when all the bills are paid because you know you earned it.
I gotta move.
Teach these people values, right?
Okay, I gotta move it on, but I don't understand how someone like you that don't like your tax money being wasted votes for Trump when he is using your tax money to buy all kinds of personal shit for himself. I mean, if you don't want your tax money going to shit, this dude who is a billionaire is using your tax money for all kinds of unnecessary lavish items for his own personal enjoyment, and you're going after the folks that are welfare and unemployment cheats. That doesn't make sense to me.
What did he use our tax money for his own personal enjoyment? Give me an example.
The fucking jet from Qatar, that ain't necessary. There's no immediate need for that.
That was a gift from Qatar from us.
It has to be outfitted. It has to be outfitted, costing millions of dollars. They're already working on another Air Force 3. So he's getting this in the interim, and it's going to go in his Smithsonian, according to him. That ain't necessary. You don't need a jet right away. What?
Well, the Ukrainian war wasn't necessary. We could go tit for tat, but it's still going to be filtered. Okay. They're going to spend no matter what. What we find out is what is being exposed.
So then let it go to poor people then. If they're going to spend it no matter what, let it go to poor people.
I'm not disagreeing with it unless there has to be, it just can't say everybody that's poor automatically get
Oh,
money. There has to be some kind of guidelines for that. They have to work for it. You don't get nothing in life. Lisa, I was taught.
I just told you he's getting a Qatar jet for free. He is getting something in life for free. He's proving it right in front of you. He ain't working for that. He's getting it for free.
Give it back.
Now we get to it. I got to move it on. Great conversation. Come on back. I'm glad to have you come on back once. Thank you.
Man.
Appreciate it. Good talk. Tap the screen. We sometimes give MAGA a little longer so we don't get as many MAGA, but tap the screen, get the likes on up. But yeah, I don't get how the right is so anti folks at the bottom, but then defenders of the rich, because he pointed out how great Trump is doing and also suggesting that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Go out and work for it. Trump is getting all kinds of free shit. Do we really need a reflective pool right now in the middle of this economy, or a tribunal arch, a UFC match on the lawns of the White House? Did we need a military parade? Tell me how that military parade benefited America. Did it really blow up, what do you want to call it, enrollment or enlistment? Were the enlistment numbers that much higher because of that parade, which cost a fortune, by the way? Think about how many people you could have given health care to, or paid for people's prescriptions, or put food on the table for that military parade. I don't know. It just seems like they're focused on people at the bottom and holding them accountable for every tax dime they get. And they're just turning a blind eye to the rich, ripping us off. That's what I see. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 75,000. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap and mustache. Alter Ego, he said you're terrible with this. I didn't see, listen, I saw the Galaxy. I saw it was for Takesha. I brought Takesha, and by the way, she didn't have a request in, so I brought her up, and she didn't have no clue what that was about. So that's what happened there. Thank you, Kill Brew, for the head mustache. They might have leftovers. He made a deal with a Qatar to have it get donated to the Trump Presidential Library to show for his family around. It doesn't matter. The jet has to be made safe for Trump to be in. Qatar gave him the aircraft. They didn't put. Think about, you got to put everything in there, from radar to countermeasures. If somebody, flares and chaff, if somebody fires a missile in, all of that stuff's got to go in that aircraft. All of that stuff is going to go in Air Force 3. So you fly Air Force 1 around, the one that you or Air Force 2, whatever, the new one they're making. You fly the one you currently got until the next one is made. You don't take the jet from Qatar, spend millions of dollars of American taxpayer money to get it outfitted so it's safe for a president that's only going to serve for another 2 or 3 years, and then it goes in the Smithsonian. That is a waste of fucking money. That's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars to outfit that jet for him to fly around in for a couple of years. And then it goes to the Smithsonian. Even if it's a tourist item, it's going to take forever to make all that money back. That's a waste of taxpayer money. I'm just going to tell you that. And I don't know why anybody would ever look. If a person is sitting on their ass at home, I don't see how people view them getting health care as fraud. You don't use health care unless you're actually sick. I don't see how health care should have ever been considered a fraudulent thing for a non-working person to get. That's where the liberal in me comes out. I believe just for the sake of a healthy population, we should make every effort possible to give every citizen of this country health care. Now, if you want to argue about the illegal immigrants and all that shit, okay, we can have that conversation. You may have some points there. You know, immigrants and shit shouldn't just be to come here and get health care. We can have that argument. But every American citizen, in my opinion, should have health care. Why would you want sick brothers and sisters among you in the population? Why would you want that? That doesn't help. I don't see any benefit to that whatsoever. I don't think that healthcare should be married to a job whatsoever. And I'll tell you the reason why. Tap the screen, get us up to 80,000. Let your thumbs and not be lazy. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes as always. Here's why I say that. Most of us are no longer in the era where you come out of high school, you work at a factory, and you work there until you get a gold watch and a retirement check. That's not how working Americans do it anymore. This is not the age of Laverne and Shirley or Lucy in a factory. Most Americans now work several jobs before reaching the retirement age. And there's generally, for most Americans, periods of unemployment. So if your insurance, your health care is tied to your employment, then most Americans are going to have periods where they're uninsured. That's just what happens. When you leave one job, laid off, fired, quit, they send you paperwork for something called COBRA. I'm sure many of you folks have heard that. You can't afford that. Nobody can afford COBRA when they're unemployed. Nobody can afford. So while you're between jobs, most Americans are uninsured. So I don't believe that insurance should be tied to employment. You think about all the people that Elon Musk fired that work for the federal government. Many of them are not insured as we speak. Many of them have no insurance at all. They did not all find jobs or any of that. So Trump, by doing that to all those federal employees, he just made a whole bunch of Americans uninsured. The minute they got fired, they lost their health insurance. I mean, he just made a bunch of uninsured Americans. That's why I don't believe your health care should be tied to your employment. Looking in the comments, yet to see a podcast bringing us all together. All help division. Well, that's gonna happen because there's nothing you're going to promote where everybody agrees with it. I mean, look, there are folks that agree that Iran was a major threat. There are people who think it was a waste of time, money, and we're wrong. Even when Obama got on television and said, on my orders, we had bin Laden captured and killed. The right was accusing him of being a narcissist for taking credit for something that SEAL Team 6 did. So even the killing of bin Laden, a threat to all of us in America, was made into a divisive topic. So there's no way you can run a podcast or any kind of social media program without it being divisive to some degree. Because there's going to be people, whether you got a Democrat in office or a Republican in office, that does not want to give the other side credit, no matter what they do. Don't you hear folks always say, well, if Trump cured cancer, the Democrats will still not give him credit? There we go. If Trump created cancer, MAGA would be trying to come up with some kind of spin for why it wasn't that bad. I mean, there's some people who just don't want to let go of their side, and some folks who just hate it. That's kind of how it works. Tap the screen, get the likes up. If the economy of Biden was, what did that say, doing good, then Kamala Harris would have been president. I don't totally agree with that, handsome conservative. I don't totally agree with that. I think the gender issue with the transgender stuff, even with a good economy from Kamala Harris, would have been hurtful. Her being a woman absolutely hurt her. Her being an African American did not help her out at all. I don't think it was just Biden's economy that sunk Kamala Harris. I think and not to mention, I don't think she was a good candidate. I don't think the way she addressed the media and things like that was good. So all of that hurt her. I don't think if the economy was good, she would have been guaranteed to get the presidency. I just think Trump is better at selling himself than anybody else. A good example would be what's going on now. The economy is doing terrible, And he is so good at selling himself. Folks are like, well, we'll wait and give him a little bit of time. It takes time to do it. I mean, they wouldn't have been saying that under Biden or Obama or anybody else. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. We'll go to Kat. Good evening, Kat. Keep electing Christians. White Christians is political insanity, somebody says. Wow. Kat, good evening.
Hi, Tim. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong this evening?
Let me switch over to Blue.
Okay. No, I don't think you're getting anything wrong. I just wanted to touch topic on the health part of it, because that's kind of my niche. And I think COBRA is 100% expensive because you're paying 100% of the premium,
Right.
where your employer was paying part of that premium, right? And not only that, but they add an administrative cost anywhere from 2% to 10% on top of that, right? But being that you did, and here I'm going to play devil's advocate here with you. Being that you have lost your job, right? That's a qualifying event, and you probably lost your income too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that is the qualifying event to go get a subsidy. You can still get subsidies, okay? It's not, the premium tax credits are gone, but you can still get a subsidy. Okay, and if you make under $25,000 or $23,000 a year federal taxes, then you're going to go on Medi-Cal or Medicaid, depending on where you
Right.
live.
Yeah, but what if you're making 50,000 but you got 3 kids or something like that?
Okay, I'll tell you that. I got the chart right here. So 50,000 with 3, you're going to be on a Silver 87 plan, and you're going to, and it depends on the ages, right? Because it's all age rated. So they're going to take the age of the mother, the father, and the kids, but you're going to be on a Silver 87, which is one of those Silver Enhanced plans where you can't get off. I mean, you can't get that off the exchange. You can only get that because
is this from the Obamacare stuff, or is this before that?
This is Obamacare. This is
Okay.
Affordable Care Act
All right.
subsidies. Yeah.
So
And
what would you have qualified or gotten before Obamacare?
Well, yeah, see, if we didn't have Obamacare, then we're going back to pre-existing conditions, right? Where everything had to be underwritten. So if you had even a pregnancy, you were declined, okay? Because that's considered a pre-existing condition, right?
Yeah.
So anything, they would go through your medical records like crazy, okay? And then you may get approved, but you're going to be rated up. So you're going to pay the premium plus whatever up to rate of 40% more based on that medical history.
And this is for somebody that's unemployed.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you would agree with me then that Obamacare was absolutely necessary.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. It is safe. We've covered so many people. The statistics are out there that, this worked. This works. And I was so upset that they didn't extend those premium tax credits, but yet we're spending all this money on everything else. This could have been paid for another 10 years easily.
So
Easily.
how do you respond to? Because I get my share of MAGA that says Obamacare was terrible. You were my last caller. It made my premiums go up. A lot of MAGA think Obamacare was terrible.
Mm-hmm. So I will say that you do have a more liability pool because they're accepting everybody, right? So that is going to make premiums go up. However, this is the Democratic part of me, and the socialist part of me is that I like you think that people should have health care. I think it's offered in every country, right? You can get it, and we can't do that here. We're the richest nation in the world. I don't get that. I really don't understand that.
I get like I told my last caller. The mindset is don't ask me for shit. If you got a ton of your citizenry that I don't want to help anybody out. I want every penny I make to go to me. I don't want any of my tax money going to help anybody out. That's what causes that. It's kind of a don't ask me for shit mindset.
It is. Absolutely. It is that way. You were talking about the employer health coverage. So like people like Walmart. So if the law is if you cover over 50 employees, you have to give them health insurance. You have to offer them health insurance. Okay. Now you could do it on a part-time. We're not going to cover people under 20 hours. Okay. That's what Walmart does is they get you right underneath that 20 hours where they don't have to cover you. Okay. And then, but you could have an employer that will cover you, that do cover in part. I have employers that cover their part-time employees, and I think that's awesome. But, but that's neither here nor there. So, and you're right, the insurance that they probably do get, making $14, $15 an hour, that deductible is going to be so high.
It's huge. I had several years ago when Trump was running for his first term, and he was heavily criticizing Obamacare back in 2016. I had a girl. Me and her were debating. She was like 26 and she worked for Walmart. And at the time, she was talking about, I got insurance through my job and I don't need Obamacare. She was making $9 an hour. And I told, it's like, how much you make? She said, I make $9 an hour and they give us insurance. I'm like, you can't cover shit if you get injured. Out for $9 an hour. Your money ain't going to be able to cover the insurance you bragging about that you got. It's gonna be useless to you. You're gonna be in debt the minute you break your leg or something. You don't have enough money to cover any of the charges they're gonna charge you.
Well, okay, and I'm gonna push back on that. That depends on what the employer's offering. The employer could offer a gold or platinum plan for a $9 employee. It just depends on what they're offering and how much are they contributing to that premium. By law, they have to contribute at least 50% of that premium. Okay. So
we talking about Walmart though. We talking about Walmart. It ain't gonna be premium.
I don't know how much Walmart puts towards the premium.
Walmart has never been known as a place that does well by its employees on any level.
Well, yeah, it's because it's just high. I think it's because it's high turnover and this and that. But no, I agree. But I guess I wasn't referring to Walmart.
Okay.
I guess I was referring.
And that's where because that's where the high turnover. People don't leave good jobs. If a company has high turnover, that's because they're not treating the people very well.
Exactly, exactly. So you get an employer that, like I said, my employer, or not my employer, but my client who's a veterinarian. And he gives his people 20 hours or less gold and platinum plans, and they're staying. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, you can tell where employees are getting treated well. You'll see people that's been there 10, 15, 20 years. When you got a place that has high turnover rate, that's a clear sign that these people are not getting paid well or they're not getting treated well at some level. That's making them quit. People don't quit good jobs.
Exactly. And I am just glad I guess I'm so thankful that at least the subsidies are still there. Somebody can at least go get a subsidy if they lose their job, right? Or they're going to be forced to go on Medi-Cal or Medicaid. Okay. So everybody I tell, if you lose your job in your health care, but you got to Cobra or you got dental and vision, Cobra that. Because there are no good individual dental plans out there. There are no good individual vision plans out there. And that will cost you maybe $55 a month to do both of those plans. So if you can Cobra dental and vision, do it. The healthcare you can't do. And then once you turn 65, right, it's downhill. You got Medicare. Medicare is only $202 a month for Part B. You could get your Medicare sub. It could be zero premium. To the top of the line is $300 premium. So,
because they vote. They get treated well because they actually show up to the polls and vote. The old people vote.
Right. But that's all I had, Tim. I just wanted to come up.
Well, I appreciate that. That was a good tidbit of information. Thank you for coming through. Doors always open to you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim. All right, bye-bye.
Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Real quick, I asked a poll question quite a while ago. It looks like over 300 people have responded. And that was Biden a better president than Obama? Right, one of my earlier guests indicated that they thought Biden was a better president than Obama. Over 300 responded so far. 25% of respondents said yes, Biden was better than Obama. 75% said no. 75% of respondents did. And because I said that. I don't know I'm like, I think it was Gangsta Grandma that said that. I think it was Gangsta Grandma that tried to indicate that Biden was better than Obama. I'm like, I don't think that's I don't think history is going to agree with that. So I figured I'd throw a poll in there. Thank you for the galaxy, sir. What was the name there? Appreciate that, Sir Knight of Liberty. Wow, strong name. Thank you for that. Let me go back to the box. And what did I say? And 75%, what this screen is going crazy here. And the 75% was correct. Yeah, I think history is going to, I mean, you heard what my last guest was talking about, the value of Obamacare. I mean, Biden, the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill, but I think Obamacare, and unless Trump wrecks it, I think it will go down in history as a contribution, historical contribution that's better than anything Biden has done. So I think that Obama was a better president than Biden as well. And Donald Trump is the worst that ever has been in the White House, says user. Depends on who you ask. Love Nature says Obama was the best in my lifetime. Wow. I got folks that say Trump was Trump is so good. In fact, I used to have a guy on here, what is his name? Straight Talk says Trump is so good, his face should don all 4 slots on Mount Rushmore. Go figure. Now, that's a strong statement that Trump's face should be on all 4 faces on Mount Rushmore. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 90,000, brother. Help people out with the hat and mustache. Tick-tock cap goes. Some people said Clinton was really the best, helping middle class to come up. Clinton balanced the budget. I don't know. Clinton might actually be better than Obama in terms of the numbers. It's just he's been gone for a long time, and a lot of voters don't remember Clinton. But I mean, numbers-wise, I wouldn't be surprised if Clinton actually was a better. Because obviously Trump and Bush and Biden and Obama were all big spenders. Clinton might be better than all of them. You have to look at the numbers. So let me go back to the box. We'll go to one of our subscribers, Brandon. Good evening, Brandon. Thanks for the hat and mustache there. Natalie, appreciate that. Thank you. Brandon, good evening. Brandon, are you there? Apparently not. Evil B. Babu says Trump, MAGA is dead. They ain't shit 2 times. Also, that Tim, you're buffering on YouTube. Fix it. Am I off of Wi-Fi? Hang on a second. I'm not on Wi-Fi. My apologies. That'll instantly stop because I got real fiber. So okay, there we go. Thank you for letting me know that. And for my viewers, if you ever, particularly on YouTube, because sometimes I use the devices elsewhere, if you ever see me buffering, just let me know. That's what it was. I was not on Wi-Fi. Whoever said Trump's face should have been on Mount Roy in all 4 places was probably an extreme racist. You're saying whoever said Trump's face should be representative of all 4 faces of Mount Rushmore is probably an extreme racist. Oh, wow. That's straight talk. I'm going to leave it at that. If he comes up, you'll hear him talking. I'll let you make your own judgment. A strong statement. Going back to the box, we'll go to another one of my subs there, Twisted. Good evening, Twisted. Welcome to the program. Obamacare may have been good for people who did not have insurance. Hold on a second. Hold on, Twisted. That's probably an extreme racist. Oh, wow. You got an echo. You got a real bad echo. I'm going to leave it at that. If he comes up, you'll hear him. Yeah, you got a real bad echo.
Hold on. All right.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I want to read a comment I was reading. Somebody in the comments, Wesley said, Obamacare may have been good for people who did not have insurance, but it was the worst for people who had insurance. All Obamacare is a policy to cover emergency services. No, it covers more than emergency services. Because you don't need Obamacare to cover emergency services. They have to do that by law. Now, it covers prescriptions and all that. Obamacare covers a lot more than just emergency services. I would tell you to look that up. Twisted, good evening.
Evening, man.
Hey, what brings you up? I'm in the trenches, obviously, today. What am I getting wrong?
Well, the reason why you're in the trenches because you let stupid MAGA reacts up here that was your first mistake. So
Well, we are friendly to MAGA. We let MAGA in. What's wrong with letting MAGA up? You got a problem with MAGA?
MAGA is dead. MAGA is old. MAGA is gonna rot in hell because
First of all, MAGA is in power. MAGA is not dead. MAGA is a historic movement that'll be around, but long after we're gone, in some capacity.
no, obviously the president is in hiding because he's scared because he can't win this war. So that's what's happening. And I also want to give a shout out to that caller that you had up here. What's his name? He was the I don't know what the guy.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
You had a caller up here, but he was talking about how Trump is messed up, like, and everything. And,
Oh, you talking about modern Democrat? That is he's powerful. That was a good conversation.
Yeah.
The modern Democrat. Yeah. Real quick in the comments, somebody said MAGA is whack. Tamar, shout out to the late Whitney. Shout out to the late Whitney Houston. Crack is whack. He says MAGA is whack. MAGA, listen.
Yeah.
MAGA is a large movement encompassing about 30% of voters in this country. I don't know if I would say it's whack. It's actually a powerful movement.
Just please, MAGA ain't shit.
Wait a minute. Why would look? They lean right. I get you lean left. They lean right. But why would you say MAGA ain't shit? I mean, look. There's a lot of folks that favor a strong country. Trump says we're respected worldwide now. That was not happening at first. He believes in might is right. You don't favor anything he's doing at all. Protecting the border, making sure that
when they go right, they are believing in hell on earth. They believe in starting war with everybody. When you go right, they want to curse the whole entire planet. And the jobs are being taken over not by the immigrants or none of those people. People are losing their jobs because of Elon Musk and AI.
Well, I mean that's going to happen. Automation can cost jobs, but I mean you're not blaming it on Elon Musk. I mean AI is AI. It's going to happen in China. It's going to happen everywhere. So I mean that's evolution.
Yeah, and we have to be the uprising of the resistance, though, and we have to defeat. It's the machines at.
Yeah, but you can't. You're not going to defeat evolution. All you're going to do is make America slower than everybody else. AI is the new revolution. That's not going to go anywhere. If in America we prevent it from taking hold, then we just fall behind everybody else.
Well, all that I can say is we need a Sarah Connor. We need a fighter. What?
You've been watching the Terminator now. I don't know. I agree. A pimp named Furback in the comments says AI needs regulations. I kind of agree with that because I do believe that if AI continues, it's going to eventually get to the point where it can operate without any human interaction at all. I mean, there's been horror movies. There was a movie out during the 80s. I don't know how many of you Gen Xers have seen it called Maximum Overdrive. It was a Steven Spielberg movie. Man, where all the machines were killing people. I mean, we are getting to that point.
Yeah, man. It is really bad too, and it is like it's sad. Like, I think I had somebody that came to my job the other day, and they said that they laid off. It was like over 900,000 people from the UPS though, because they are more going towards machines in the factories, and I'm like, damn, really, 900?
Well,
like,
if you have any job that requires you to drive for a living, you're in jeopardy. I mean, Uber's been working. And thank you for the hat mustache there. The great, I think it says. Thank you, appreciate that, Lola. I'll tell you this. Uber's been because that's what I used to do before politics. I used to do Uber and Lyft videos, and they've been working on trying to get automated cars for the longest. Same thing in the trucking industry. That's a huge industry, shipping freight back. They're trying to get automated vehicles. If you drive for a living, your job is, I'd say, probably less than a decade. A lot of those jobs are going to be gone to automation. I mean, even DoorDash. If you're in a lot of big cities, you got these little automated vehicles that are going around delivering food. So you don't need as many DoorDash or Grubhub deliverers.
Yeah. And it's shocking too that you said, because like I used to work for Uber and like Lyft too, and the thing is though now, like, it has gotten so bad on Uber and Lyft to the point of where they will just hire anybody. They will just hire bums off.
They don't pay shit. I know a lot about this topic. Like I said, it's what I used to do.
Yeah.
Uber and Lyft, the way they treat their drivers, you don't expect good people to work for them for long. I mean, they treat you like shit. I mean, they're constantly finding ways to lower your pay, cut your trips, cut your time drive. I mean, it's bad. So out of every company or contractor I've ever been involved in, and as an over-the-road driver, I've worked for lots of different contracts. Uber is the worst employer I've ever had in my life. It is that bad. They treat their people terrible. They started out stealing tips from drivers. I mean, some of the stuff they just to me, that's the worst version of capitalism you can get is Uber. They are horrible.
Oh yeah, extremely horrible. And now they want to give those jobs to towards the immigrants now, and it's like
so they want new people. They want new people to exploit. I mean, they're running out of American citizens because a lot of states, particularly liberal cities, are passing laws that force them to treat their drivers a little bit better than they're doing. So the next best thing is to go get immigrants that don't know any better and exploit them. That's going to be most of the Uber and Lyft drivers in a lot of places. It's just immigrants because he can't exploit the American worker like that.
It's it is just getting really, really bad. It is just getting kind of crazy. So
but let me ask you, what do you think? I know you're not a Trump fan, but do you think he's doing at least some things right? I've had people come on here and say he deserves MAGA React said he deserves a C. I mean, we're talking about automation and jobs being lost to AI. Now he is huge. It says MAGA swallows in the comments, but he is huge.
No, see.
Oh my God.
See, here's the real question. MAGA Reacts is riding Trump's dick, all right? Because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. That's how stupid he is, okay? Trump doesn't deserve anything, all right? So Trump has failed on each and everything. He promised no wars.
Yeah.
He promised that we were going to be in the golden age. This is not the golden age.
Well, he's only been around but he's only Gilded Age. He's only been around for a year and a half or so. Some are suggesting that Biden screwed things up so bad, you got to give him time. You can't change it overnight. That's what we're being told.
Yeah, but this is the age of artificial intelligence. This is the age of.
You got a hater.
Come on, man.
We'll wrap it up. Finish your point. You got a hater out there. Finish your point. You ain't said shit. Finish your point.
Look at these damn pretzels, man. Come on, pretzels. Anyway, so.
Finish your point, though.
Anyway, so yeah, this is the age of the machines are coming to kick our ass, and then also that this is the thing that it wasn't supposed to be the like happening now. So
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think Kamala Harris or Biden would have stopped that either. I mean, automation is automation, and if you can either get with it or get ran over by it.
I honestly think that Kamala Harris was able to slow it down, and she would be better. We need some tits. We need some women in.
So
the
did you
White
say
House.
some tits?
Yes, titties, tittle bitties. Yes.
I'll tell you this before I'm moving on from you. I wish I need to start bringing this picture up, but I actually got a chance to meet Kamala Harris when she was running for president at the time and give her a hug. She's attractive. She is attractive in real life.
Yeah.
I mean, she's
Oh, yeah.
she's real tiny. I'm a 6'6", 300-pound guy. She's really tiny to me, but I was like, I even told her because I was taking a picture of somebody and I was like, man, you look good on camera. She looks good in real life. I mean, I think she's like
Yeah.
60. She's hot in real life. I gotta move it on, no twisted. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate it. Thank you. Tap the screen. You don't need to slow it down. We have to train the future. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. If you slow down, if Kamala Harris had to slow down AI in this country, it would have it'll just move on elsewhere. I mean, because I think Trump is doing that to some degree. Is he is giving a leg up to countries like China and things like that. Some of the stuff he is doing is ultimately going to be beneficial to other countries. When you start weakening your own people, other countries step in. So I wouldn't slow it down. I do think there need to be some regulations on it though. You start fucking with the fresh water supply of different areas and stuff like that. You gotta regulate it a little bit. But the problem is there's a lot of money to be made from this new technology, and we wanted a businessman. We didn't want a typical politician. We wanted a businessman. Business people work off of profit. For businessmen, profit ranks above everything else. They're not interested in civility, morality, doing what's right, making sure the little man is okay. They're interested in making money. That's what a businessman does. And that's what we got in office as a businessman. And that's exactly what he's doing. Everything he is doing is focused on how much more money can we make. Like Ukraine's getting their ass kicked by Russia. Well, but are they paying us for the weapons? We could profit off of this. Okay, well, let's ask them for their rare earth minerals. I mean, everything he's doing is based on money. And look, that's fine in business. But in a country, I don't think we should have a businessman because there's so many aspects of running a nation that should not be done off profit. I mean, I don't think that, for instance, providing emergency services, you don't want that to own, because listen, if everything is based on profit, then that means that people that provide those services have not the time of day for anybody that cannot afford it. That's what happens in business. If you cannot afford what the product, the good or service that business is selling, if you can't afford it, they don't have the time of day for you. You don't want a country that starts cutting all kinds of shit to the people because they can't afford it. I mean, before you know it, you'll be paying for 911 or some shit. Well, you can't afford it. We don't send out a cop car. You got to be able to make sure you've paid your money first. There's just so many aspects of it. That's why people are not getting educated or they don't have health care and all of that, because we're starting to base more and more things on whether a person can pay for it or not. I'm not a fan of that. Trump lied so much he got to have someone else call his dog. That's why he doesn't have one, Tim. No, Trump does not have a dog. Shout out to all my MAGAs, says K on Clapper. Evil make it sound like we're in Terminator movie, says CB. Aspects of it, he's right, though. He's talking about my last call. He says my last caller kind of makes it sound like we're in a Terminator movie. Aspects of what AI is, there are aspects of the direction AI is going that are Terminator oriented. Right now, the Ukraine, who's obviously at war with Russia, has developed drones that they can sit in the bushes off to the side of the road and have it open fire on cars that are going by. Now, there's a guy that's controlling it, but for the most part, that Ukraine-Russian war, for the most part, it's all robots killing people. It's all robots killing people. Now, there's a guy maybe a mile or two away it's basically a box on tracks like a tank, a little small box. You know, imagine like the little ice cream carts you see some people pushing. You see them in the Hispanic communities. They're pushing these little ice cream carts. Imagine instead of wheels being under there, you got tracks like a tank, so it can go over more terrain. And on top of the box is a belt-fed 50 caliber weapon. And then, of course, a couple sensors that act as eyes so it can see what's coming, infrared or whatever. It can see what's hiding. And you can just aim the 50 cal at whatever's coming and shoot it, up to and including vehicles, because 50 caliber rounds will go all through a vehicle as well. So the only difference right now is there's someone operating first person view goggles, FPV goggles, and they're looking through the eyes of the robot and they're deciding when or not to open fire. But it doesn't take but a little programming to make the machine do it on its own. You don't really need that to be manned. You can put a robot on the side of the road and give it certain parameters. If something passed that looks like it's, you know, you can give it parameters of what size it is or what heat signature is given off. And if it meets these parameters, open fire on it. You don't really need the man there. You don't really need that at all. So we're close to Terminator type shit, where a robot is on its own setting out to kill stuff. We're real close to that. So when you say it's like a Terminator movie, there's a lot of aspects to it. Just like drones, you can program a drone, put in the, what do you want to say, the longitude and latitude coordinates. In fact, I got a drone sitting right next to me that can do that. And it'll circle in the sky and just keep flying that way until the battery runs out or whatever. Now, my drone doesn't have any firearms on it, but all you got to do is put an infrared camera or a camera on it. And so it's circling over a few blocks in a square, just circle. Anything you see moving within your area, open fire on it. So you can literally have people scared to come out the house. So this thing is just up above you circling. And if you come out, it detects your heat signature and it fires a couple rounds at you. That's it. You can do that now. You can actually do that now with the technology. So yeah, it's getting close. Looking in the comments though, somebody says free a murderer. Who is Marcelo? Free Marcelo. But every single one of you said the wrong thing. Not one of you. You guys are. Oh, you talking about Carmelo? Carmelo. Well, he is free right now. The guy who took out Austin Metcalf. I think Carmelo's going to do time. I actually do think that Carmelo's going to do some time. I don't think he's going to be found not guilty on that. Just real quick, the graphic on the screen is what they're talking about. This African-American kid stabbed the white guy. I think everybody's heard about this case. And because of the racial overtones, we'll be talking about it, I'm sure, in the future. But I think that I would not be surprised if that kid ends up doing time. Looking in the comments, though, and I see in the comments somebody, Chris said he's going to beat that case. I don't feel confident in that at all. I do not feel confident he's going to beat the case. I need to hear more of it because the argument is he had to kill this kid in self-defense. I had to see more evidence to show why he had to resort to deadly force to take his life. I mean, I don't know how, was it a bunch of them beating his ass or whatever the case may be? I don't know all the details of it. But I would be surprised. I mean, and I see in the comments, Arnita says he was jumped. You know how many kids get jumped in schools? That happens all the time. I mean, people don't get killed behind it. I don't know. I get it, though. I mean, it is a threat of great bodily harm if several people are jumping you. I do get it. We'll see. I'd have to see more of the evidence of it and see how it turns out. And the obvious aspect of it is the jury selection. That's going to matter a lot. I mean, cases are won and lost on who you get on the jury. So we got to see what the jury selection is. And of course, a good lawyer plus or minus a good lawyer, that's also going to matter. But it's going to be interesting. It'll be a big case. And it's about to start soon, I think. An eye for an eye, somebody said. Okay. Text exactly why homelessness will never be solved with money. The more money you put into it, the more people make money off of it. So there's no reason to solve it. There's a lot of countries out there, Sarah, that don't have the homeless problem of America. You're saying homelessness will never be solved. That's actually not true. If we really wanted to, I mean, and tap the screen, I'll go to the next caller briefly here. if we really wanted to solve homelessness, we could. We absolutely could. I mean, whether we're talking tiny homes, putting storage container type home. I mean, there's a way to build a lot of housing for very cheap, just to get people quote unquote off the street. If they really wanted to solve that, well, you think? I mean, just think about how many tiny homes we could build with just some of the luxury items Trump is purchasing. Just think about the military parade he had in D.C. last year, where they had to repave the streets so that they could hold all that expensive equipment, the heavy tanks and shit. Our streets are not designed to hold tanks, so they had to double the capacity of the concrete and stuff like that in D.C. They had to fly all of that stuff to D.C. because all that equipment. Just think about all the money spent to do that. That's just for the parade. That ain't counting the Qatar jet, the tribunal, this new pool, the ballroom. That I can tell you, just that amount of money right there for that shit would probably at least solve all the homelessness in California. You could build a whole lot of storage containers and tiny homes with that kind of money. So I actually do believe you could solve this shit. Not to mention, how much money are we giving Israel for weapons and all of that shit? If we wanted to solve it, it could be solved. There's no benefit to helping poor people from an aspect of wealthy. So they do what's going to benefit them. And helping poor people don't often give them any type of profit, so they don't do it. But if they wanted to, they could. Elite 410. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Elite.
Appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm not going to take up too much time. We agree on a lot of things, so I feel like it'd be a waste of time for us to sit up here too long. But I'm just listening to this show and listening to these people comments, man. It's insane just how just prevalent a lack of humanity is for other people.
Ooh.
Just going back to the first caller, MAGA. First of all, he seemed like a child. He don't really seem like he has many economic prospects to take care of, so he can just make wild assumptions about what regular Americans have to go through every day. But I'm just thinking of Darren, and he also seemed like he don't have a clue, because he couldn't find a sticking point to attach his head, his tongue to. But say all that to say, we can continue pointing fingers at each other. We can continue having problems with each other. But it doesn't seem like that's going to solve anything if you fail to realize that, like to your point, if you're going to sit here and focus on the corruption and the people who's taking advantage of the system, like we have, multi-billions that are being stolen from us. And all we can do is just sit back and let it happen and point fingers at each other. So once again, I'm not going to waste too much time up here, but y'all people need to educate yourselves. Feel free to pick up a book, read an article, do anything else except for point fingers at other people, and realize that until we come together, we're going to stay apart. But y'all have a great rest of y'all day. And if there's anything else, feel free to ask any other question you have.
That's well said. I'll leave it at that. That is indeed an elite comment. Real quick, you said that you said something about their lack of humanity. Elaborate a little bit on that.
Absolutely. I mean, the point is going back to Darren, where he's focusing on people who should get a better job, or people who should work harder or put themselves up by their non-existent bootstraps. Like, brother, there's going to be people, no matter how hard you work, no matter what your economic situation is, no matter where you came from, there's going to be people who need to serve you at the lowest level. There's going to need to be people who go ahead and give you your nasty ass big arch and all the other shit that comes out every week that you're stuffing your body with to kill you. Someone's going to have to hand that over. That is not a high school job. That is not a middle school job. That is a grown man adult job that someone needs to support their family on. So they deserve health care. They deserve the ability to go to work every day, work hard, and not constantly be thinking what gig can I get, what dash could I do, how many ways can I stretch myself, take myself away from my family, because that's the other thing where you're destroying a family unit. You're taking people away from each other. You're destroying community because everybody's too busy focused on themselves financially. So if you have a little bit of humanity, and as you said, there's going to be people who abuse the system. Excuse me, but for every person who's abusing the system, there's 100,000 hardworking Americans, whether they were born here, came here by choice or by force. They're working hard every day, just like you and me, and they deserve to survive, whether or not they're passing you your burger, they're cleaning your car on the street. It doesn't matter what it is. They deserve the ability to live because it's enough to go around. Everybody is
It is-
pointing at, you know, they're taking this from us. They're taking this from us. There's enough to go around.
That's
You know,
a really
they can't
that's
go
a really
anywhere.
good that's a really good point in regards to it's enough to go around, because that's really what's making the huge separations of classes is the sheer amount of greed of the haves not wanting to share with the have-nots. But here's something I wanted to point out. Isn't it kind of odd that the party that is far more religious based is the one that is least likely to share? The don't ask me for shit party is where you're hearing all the Christians are. I mean, is that really the
100%.
Christian way to don't ask me for shit?
Man, I grew up in a Christian household. You know, my family to this day, you know, I'm biracial. You know, my dad's side of the family is black. My mother's side of the family is white. So I see things in this country from all angles. You know, I feel like I'm equipped to do so. And to go to the religious point, you know, I was brought up in a Christian household. I was brought up, you know, with what I thought were good ideals. But, you know, I watch these people in these churches, you know, I'm not going to sit here and harp on any specific humanity, but like you said, liberal, you know, your goal, if you're following your you know, your own religious credence, should be to support the people next to you, to bring your brother up, to, you know, not kill, not steal, not hurt. So it's like for you to, you know, champion, you know, Trump because, you know, he's religious, you know, he's going to bring people back, he's protecting the babies, this, that, and the third. But then you look at how he's, you know, tied with people who are trafficking little girls. You know, it's just like your humanity is flip-flopping, because at the end of the day, you just don't want to see people who you think don't deserve to have another thing, you know, because you feel like, you know, where's mine? To go back to Darren, where's mine? Where's mine? Where's mine? Like, you know, go ahead and ask your president that you would vote for a fourth time. You know, you continue wondering why, you know, things are the way it is, because you continue to support the people. You continue to give them a platform. You continue to put them in power. And ultimately, they're the ones taking things away from you. It's not Mondami. It's not, you know, any other, you know, Democratic or Republican elect. It's the people who you continue to vote and put in power, and then turn around and say, well, the little guy. You know, it doesn't make sense.
Why do you think that? Now, you mentioned, you're right, the caller said he voted for Trump 3 times and would vote for him a 4th time. One of the questions, why do you think that is for some MAGA? Considering the current economy, we're at war with no end date. Why do you think they would look at Trump and say, we want another term review? What is it about him in this current environment that suggests we want more of that?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I do think some of these people do lack the, you know, mental capacity to think critically about the decisions that they make. But I'm not going to harp on that too hard, because ultimately 50% of people are dumber than you and 50% of people are smarter than you if you're perfectly average. So you got to compare yourself to that and think where you may end up and where the people you're talking to may end up. But say all that to say, you know, I feel like the issue is one, they've attached themselves to this ideal, or their family members have attached themselves to this ideal. Grandpappy and their daddy, you know, they're their heroes. They've been working hard, you know, blue lives and blue knuckles. Like, they just been out here busting their ass for years and years and years. And yet, you know, they continue to listen to these people who are ill-educated, misinformed. And then, you know, because this is their tribe, because this is what they were brought up with, this is ultimately what they're going to support. And anytime they're presented with new information, you know, thankfully, I'll give Darren his credit. You know, he said when he didn't know something. But ultimately, when saying you didn't know something and being willing to change your opinion with new information, two completely different things. And I think the biggest issue is they refuse to change their opinion when they receive new information, and they're afraid of being on the wrong team. You know, we're a very tribal society. You know, I'm a sports fan. Everybody has their flag to wave, but ultimately, you got to know when it's bigger than the flag you wave, and you got to realize when you're on the wrong team. And unfortunately, I have family members that I've had to cut off, and I'll continue to do so, because ultimately, you know, if you show yourself as someone who doesn't support me as an individual, not because, as you say, you know, I'm trying to take something from you, but ultimately, you just don't think I should be here. You don't think I should, you know, love the person I love. You don't think I should be the color that I am. You don't think I should have the family unit that I have. And, you know, you don't think I deserve to be on this land that was stolen from the people who came here before you. So ultimately,
so then let me ask you the question.
Sense of judgment.
So let me ask you the question where I think a lot of my viewers are going to say they probably know, but I'm going to let you ask since you are biracial. Now, you said your mom's white, your dad's black. Am I correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you've had to cut family members, I suppose, due to their support of Trump. Is that what I heard?
So it's multifaceted. You know, we can begin with the Trump, but you know, if we had to boil it down to a single talking point, absolutely. If you show me that you're willing to support someone who, you know, as a father of 4, you know, I got 3 daughters. If you will support someone who would talk about women the way that Trump will, who would behave in the presence of women like Trump will, who has been indicted several times, who's in the Epstein files, so on and so on and so on. If you're willing to support someone like this full-throatedly, wholeheartedly, you know, I'm not willing to come to the table with you at a certain point, because you can't disagree. You can't agree to disagree about harm. You can't, and that's the point of the matter is, liberal, you cannot have a good faith conversation with someone who refuses to come to a mutual plane of understanding. If you can't look at 2 things objectively from the same side and agree, then ultimately you're never going to have a conversation with somebody, because they're unwilling to see things from your perspective. And that's either because they are a fucking fool, or just because they don't have the mental capacity to do so. And unfortunately, you know, I don't know which one my family members go under, and I'll always be happy to continue to talk to them in the future. But the issue is we cannot disagree about, you know, my right to live. We cannot disagree about.
So then let me ask you: would members of, you got black and white in your family, obviously, are all the MAGA or the Trump supporters? Are they on your mom's side or your dad's side, or both?
Well, the funny part about that is we all know the answer to that question.
I gotta ask it, though. That's what I do. I gotta ask.
I will oblige you. Of course, it's only the white side, but you know, the issue is I'm not going to point to my you know, black side of the family and say that they are faultless, because you know, there's issues with homophobia, there's issues with exceptions with other people like that. That's we're going to have that conversation back and forth. But the issue is that they understand what it's like to be subjugated. They understand what it's like to have someone look at you as someone who deserves less, simply because of who you are, not because of the choices you made, but simply because of who you are. And that's why what Darren's saying is complete BS, because not everybody is born with the platform to escalate. They're stuck where they're at, and there's the way that this world is, they're not going to escalate above that. So all you can do is accept people for who they are, you know, and give them what they deserve, which is the right to live. So my black family, they get that. They understand. You know, it's not me taking from you, it's them taking from us. So I don't have to have that conversation with them, but I do with my white family. And why is that?
Well, I mean, there's something about Trump that a lot of white people like. I gotta move it on. Hopefully you don't lose any family members long term behind this president. But a lot of families have been broken up behind Trump.
I'm gonna be all right, because at the end of the day, what we gonna talk about anyway? We get in a room, we can talk about sports, we can talk about this and that, but when it gets down to the real, how you doing, you know, what you going through right now, like you said, I know they sitting at the pump crying because they're dumbass decisions, but they're going to continue to get what they got. And unfortunately, they dragging us down with us. But I'll be back, liberal, because these people, and I'm seeing in the chat, they need to be educated. Somebody, please. Somebody help them.
That is an elite conversation. I appreciate you coming through. Thank you very much. Elite 410.
Appreciate you.
Anytime. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. Tim getting smart people on his live stream lately. You know the crazy thing is, Chris, I was told ain't nobody watching me anymore. That's what I had some MAGA that got mad at me for bringing up a guest because of the guest passed or whatever the case may be. And I said this before. I'm all for free speech, and you know, when I hold up the MAGA hat and say I'm MAGA friendly, I mean it. I do believe in free speech. I'm a free speech absolutist, so I do believe in folks being able to state their case without me trying to censor them because I don't like them or because you don't like them or something like that. Which is one reason why I have a lot of problems going to other lives, because most lives have moderators. So now you got to deal with at least 2 people. You say something the host don't like, they're muting you, or the moderator's muting you, or you're debating with the host and the fucking moderator jumps in, and now they're debating with you too. So you're taking them. We don't do that here. It's all about free speech. It's all about free. We don't have a moderator. We've never had one. We probably never will get one. I mean, that's what free speech is about. But being candid. Yeah, somebody in the comments said, or they drop you. Yeah, or they drop you, whatever the case may be. But they're censoring your speech. You don't see people getting muted here or getting dropped for any, for their speech and things like that. People are going to say shit you don't want to hear. That's how it is. That's how free speech works. Everybody claims to be in favor of free speech until somebody says something they don't like and then they want them censored. And that's right and left. I know the right claims that they're for free speech and liberals are about cancel culture. No, the right will cancel your ass too. I mean, when the Iraq war was going on, you had O'Reilly on fucking Fox News calling, they didn't like France and some of them countries they wanted to cancel them. They didn't even want to call it French fries no more. They called it freedom fries because they didn't like France. There's plenty of folks that cancel. We don't do that here. We let people speak. So I say it all the time in the program. If you're not an advocate of free speech, this program probably is going to suck. You're eventually going to hear people say something you don't want to hear. You either lean left and you don't want to hear MAGA on the program all the time, or you lean right and you think that all liberals are stupid and they shouldn't be brought up. I get folks in my inbox damn near after every show telling me somebody who talked should not have been allowed to speak. I don't like losing folks, but unfortunately, if you want a program where only your side is favored and everybody hates the other side, this ain't it. You're going to hear everybody. You're going to hear every fucking body. Anyway, tap the screen. Get us on up to 110,000, if you will. How many cameras are on you? If I skip, Sassy, about 5, I think. 5 or 6, I think it is. How many cameras? If I skip to the next video on YouTube, you're saying the same thing, but it's more than one angle. Never felt Trump or Republicans were racist. Trump is most definitely protecting his PDF donor friends and family. I'm done with politics, focusing more on God and family. My MAGA hats are in the trash. Damn. Well, Trump has said a lot. Look, in regards to whether Trump is racist or not, he said a lot of things that, at the very least, are racially insensitive. I mean, the whole Obama is monkeys thing. I mean, look, I don't think there's ever been a time where you could portray African Americans as monkeys and it was not viewed as racist, going all the way back. I mean, that's always been universally accepted as a racist trope, to portray an African American as a primate. That's always been that way. I don't know how all of a sudden he can do it in 2026 and suddenly it's not. So yeah, he's done things that are racially insensitive. I mean, and there's a bunch of things. I've posted many things on him of him posting stuff on his account that the 81% of white homicide victims are killed by blacks, which is woefully inaccurate. Essentially saying if you're a white victim of a homicide, it's almost guaranteed that a black person did it. That is incredibly inaccurate. He didn't apologize or anything for it. He's posted pictures or posted videos on his account of people yelling white power and shit. He's done a lot of things that are at the very least racially insensitive. And of course, he don't apologize or explain any of this stuff. You just kind of left to deal with it. I mean, it's bad when Tim Scott has twice Tim Scott has said I had to call him and tell him to take that down. When he posted the Obamas as monkeys, Tim Scott said that's the most racist thing I ever seen. Tim Scott, I love you, man. Tim Scott is saying it. So it ain't coming from just crazy liberals. I mean, Tim Scott isn't even saying this shit. Is saying black power racist, says Jay Pistol. Saying white power is in itself is not racist, but I'm gonna pull a Charlie Kirk and say context. Just think about the people you see yelling black power and compare them to the people you see yelling white power. Generally, the people yelling white power are openly supremacists or Aryan Nation type people. Black power might be in a song or some shit by James Brown or something like that. So the context of the phrases are different. That's what I'm saying. You don't see normal, everyday, average white people walking down talking about white power. You do see everyday, average black kids in schools and everything talking about black power. It's a difference. It's a big difference. You see generally white dudes saying white power. You don't see white girls saying it. I mean, it's a difference. There is some context to it. It's like white people were not enslaved to in America. Check your history. No, it's not. I don't need to check history. White people were not enslaved in America. They were not enslaved in America, Connie Mitchell. They had indentured servants. There was never a time when you could take two white people, force them to fuck, and take the kid and say this kid is now a slave. That has never existed in America. It existed for blacks for hundreds of years. There was never a time when they did that in America, where you would have a 6-month-old baby and you were able to hold that baby up and say, "This, I own this for the rest of its life." That has never happened to white people in America. So I think you're getting that one wrong. There's a difference between an indentured servant and a slave. An indentured servant has an end date. It may be way the fuck out there because they have a debt or something they're trying to pay off. But they have a light at the end of the tunnel. And a slave is akin to somebody who's been given a life sentence without parole. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. You will be this for the rest of your natural life. And you could be telling that to somebody who's 2 days old. It's a difference. It's a big difference. That has not happened to white people in America. Connie Mitchell is an imbecile. Somebody said, I don't want to. Look, I'm not going to fault her for saying that because there's a lot of narrative floating around that there were white slaves in America. There's a lot of people that are floating that narrative around. But there is no time in U.S. history where they were breeding white people to make additional slaves. That has never happened. It's just never happened. That guy on the back is mentally ill. He should be a nut house. Are you saying my screen features a mentally ill person? Oh my God. And Duke, you say that's history. Yes, accurate history though. It's accurate history. Suggesting that whites were once slaves is inaccurate history. That is not true. They were not slaves. Going back to the box, somebody says making money on your color. Good luck with that. We'll go back to the books. Tap the screen. Everybody with the hat mustache, TikTok cap goals will bring up does that say American? Is that lumberjack? Is that what I'm looking at? I think it said, well, it didn't bring them up. We'll bring up another guest. Tap the screen, get the likes on up if you will. I don't know. I'm having trouble bringing up people. So are you allowed? Somebody, I'm not going to respond. Tim, I want you and the people in chat to know that Charlie Kirk was not shot. Oh, really? There was an explosive in his lap, in his lapel mic, that was triggered by a remote. Wow. Somebody in the comments is saying what happened to Charlie Kirk was not what you're seeing. That there was an explosive in his mic lapel. Jesus Christ. How much explosive can you put in? Have you seen what a mic lapel looks like? I mean, that would have had to been a stick of dynamite to do that. That's not true. I don't want to make light of somebody losing their life the way that Kirk lost his life, but no, he was shot. You think that was an explosive? No, I don't. It's hard to believe that. It's kind of funny. It's so wild thinking of that. Slavery was evil wherever it was. True. That is true. Left Trump's a liberal. Look at the pic. Left Trump's. What does that mean? Platinum. My dog left a huge liberal in the backyard. Okay, yikes. Wait till you see what comes out of him that's MAGA. I believe everyone but Trump and MAGA knows those tests he takes are monitoring his cognitive decline. I believe that, Lisa. First of all, the only reason they're continuing, because he's always bragging he took another cognitive test and he aced it and Obama didn't take one and all. First of all, the tests he is taking are not SAT tests. These are not pass or fail tests where they're asking you a series of questions. You're not trying to pass the bar. They're asking you, like, what animal is this? And it's a common animal. It's a common animal. It might be the shape of a snake or the shape of an elephant. They're just trying to see is all the fucking lights on upstairs. He's making it sound like it's a really hard test and the average person couldn't pass it and he's such an intelligent guy that he's above everybody. And when he points out that Obama didn't take, because they didn't think Obama's cognitive health was in decline. That's why he didn't take. The reason they're continuing to give him that is because they're suspecting that there's a chance something may be fucking going wrong. He's turning colors. He's falling asleep in crowded rooms. They're giving you this cognitive test not to see how smart you are, but just to make sure you are still who you're supposed to be. So it's not a flex to be bragging about how often you're taking these cognitive tests. What he should be doing is taking that shit in secret and not telling anybody. Because there are plenty of MAGA, plenty of Republicans, plenty of conservatives that are in medical fields, and they know, as Lisa pointed out in the comments, they know damn well why they're giving them this test over and over again. It's like bragging about how often you take an EKG without telling folks that probably means something's wrong with your fucking heart. They don't just keep giving you this for no reason at all. Your doctor is recommending this because you're doing things that make him want to recommend that. I think maybe calling Joe Biden sleepy one too many times may have woken up the karma ghost. And they're like, fuck it, well, let's go do him too. So it is what it is. In fact, if he ends up becoming demented or something like that, people gonna laugh at him because he treated the last guy so bad with that. For a dummy, those tests should be incredibly hard. They don't give the test to check out your intelligence. That's not what the purpose of the test is. Purpose of the test is to see if you can. They'll have you draw a clock. Like they'll draw a clock and tell you on this analog clock, I want you to put the hands to indicate 9:30. And you have to move the hands to, if you can't do that, obviously something's going wrong upstairs. It's easy shit. But if you're in cognitive decline, it may not be. It's just easy shit. Like when Biden had that horrible debate performance that night, he probably would not have passed that. When they started asking him questions and then he goes over and starts talking about Medicare that's totally unrelated, he probably wouldn't have passed it. But it ain't a test to check out how intelligent you are. That's wrong. Thank you for that, Egyptian. What was that? Who sent that? Thank you. I want to acknowledge that. And I don't see who did it, but I do appreciate that for those who support the program. Thank you very much. The name didn't pop up. Wow. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 120. Let me go back to the box. And we're going to end up moving this on soon because we don't want to miss the game. Let me see here. We'll go to Louis Laura. Hi, Tim. Always enjoy your style of expressing your thoughts. Thank you very much. Music, what does that say? Music Crow Kid. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Don't know what happened with my last guest, but we'll continue. We'll move it on. Some of my guests are coming up and some of them are not. It's really weird. Mike the Boss is on deck. Trump has swollen ankles and his hands are black and blue. He's obese. And here's the crazy thing, and I've heard some of the doctors on CNN of all places take CNN with a grain of salt, but Trump has said that his side has released a statement that the darkening hands is coming from him shaking so many people's hands. So he's shaking hands all day, and that's why his hands have been affected. You had, I think it was Sanjay Gupta on CNN. They pointed out, like, well, if shaking hands is what's causing your hand to be discolored, why are your left hands turning colors? Like, it's happening in both. So you ain't shaking hands with both hands. I mean, so he kind of made it clear. This dude is lying to you. Mike the Boss, and thank you in the comments, Nico's wife. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And somebody sent me something else that, for Pimp Named Furback, appreciate that. Mike, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim? How you been?
Not much. I'm good to see you on the program. What happened?
I won't be here long. I just
what am I doing wrong?
No, you're not doing anything wrong. I just wanted to make sure, because, word travels on this app fast. I want to be very clear. I did not say nor insinuate that Tim is okay with P3DOs and pedophilia.
Is that what's circulating around?
I'm just telling you, I'm back on your show. I've told people to make sure they understood you did not say that, nor did I say that about you, right? And so I've talked to you on your app, and we've talked off app. Have we or have we not?
Absolutely, yes. And let me before you continue, let me interrupt and just say this. All of my lives, every single one I've done going back years, are all archived on the Handsome Liberal on YouTube. So you can if you want, if somebody thinks that I'm not portraying what I actually said accurately, or somebody else is lying on me, you can literally go back and hear the whole program. You can hear exactly what was said. I think they're also archived on Substack, but they absolutely are on YouTube, and you'll know which live by the whatever screen graphic you see back here. That's the thumbnail for that day's show. So yeah, I mean, No, I didn't.
Tim,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would never let that ride. Just not like I'm not.
Thank
Just
you.
like I will never let having a known a convicted sexual person that touches children. I'll never let that ride. And I know you're in here, Duke Bader, and I've been getting at you, and I'm not going to stop, guy. I just understand. If you're uncomfortable sharing your story and getting it clipped and put on this app, you should be very comfortable with anybody that understands who you are, what you've done, and how you approach it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what? Because my approach right now is what the nation should have done when those files came out. Everybody should have been just as outraged about them not coming out, so we know who's hurting children and who's not hurting children. But the nation or part of the nation decided it didn't matter.
That's
Well, I'm
crazy.
not one of them.
And that's crazy. I mean, MAGA was 100% against folks harming children until it started appearing as if Trump was either himself guilty of it or at the very least protecting those who did. And MAGA has really calmed down on that. I do not understand that.
And you know what? And that's cool, Tim. And again, dude, you don't have to care. That's cool. You're telling me, so that's cool. I just hope everyone in your orbit that doesn't know your past is cool with your past. Because if they don't know now, they're gonna know. You gave an invitation for people to come to Houston and have the conversation. I accept.
Damn.
I accept. I accept coming to your city council. I accept coming to your mayor. I accept coming to your city and identifying who you are so they know who you are. You put the invitation out there. I accept. I have no problem doing it. I have no problem coming out there. It's not a big deal to me. If you don't care about how it plays out, neither do I. But what I care about is children. And what I would have liked to hear was a little bit of contrition and a little bit of compassion for what you did. But that didn't happen. So I'll raise your invitation by coming to see you. I'm coming to Houston, and I'm not looking for you. I'm going to the officials in your city to understand, do they know who they have working in their city and online representing their city about the things that you've done.
Is he actually a city employee?
I don't know what he is.
Oh, okay.
But he's representing the city on here. Talking about come to Houston. I'm in Houston. Okay, Houston. Okay, Houston. Cool.
Wow.
We have to be careful about what we say because people are being hurt. People are being harmed, and they're dismissing it, and they're making it seem like our communities just accept this. And if you're not as pissed off about it as I am, people, you probably need to do some. Let me
ask you what a question.
I am, Duke.
Yeah.
I am, Duke.
I see you saying come to Houston. And you're telling me. Let me ask you a question that I think I asked you about this in private. Now he's saying that the person that he violated was, well, he says 16. I know the paperwork says 14. He says it was 16, but he also says that he's married to that person now. And this has obviously been, almost 2 decades ago. Do you believe, based on what you've seen, that there are additional victims? Adam flat out says that it was that person. He was 31, and the person was at least 16 at the time, maybe even 14, but he was 31. He admitted all of that. But he's also saying that that's the only person he's ever did that with. And that's obviously been, like I said, almost 20 years ago. Do you believe there are other victims?
My personal feelings, probably. But again, I'm not gonna do that on this matter. I only deal with facts, Tim. I only want to deal with facts. The
reason I'm saying that if there's no other victims and he's currently married to the person that's in question, you going to Houston may not result in anything. I mean, there may be people like, look, I mean, this person has married him, et cetera, et cetera.
Again, it may not. But then again, it might. But then again, it might. But he's very unapologetic about it.
No, he don't give a fuck. He is incredibly unapologetic about it.
Right. and that's cool. And here's the thing. We all have choices. Tim, I still, when I told you what I said on the phone about, your program and, I don't have a problem with you. But listen, we only got one life to live, man. It's not how much money you make. It's not about the life you're living. It's about the life you leave. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
It's not about the life you live in. It's about the life you leave.
So you really would go all the way to Texas. Now you're on the West Coast, right?
Yeah.
You go all the way to Texas to do this?
I move all the way around all the time, Tim. You think I'm joking?
No, I don't.
Listen,
No, I
listen, I'm
don't.
not gonna listen. I don't want to listen. Let's be clear. I don't want to meet the man. I don't want to meet the man at all. I'm not even going there not to meet the man. I'm not going there to meet him.
Yeah, he's in the comments making it clear he don't believe you're coming. He's saying you're joking. So he ain't. If there was ever a what was the guy's name? I can't even think of the guy's name. The song I told these motherfuckers I ain't never scared. He really is living up to. He don't sound like he's concerned about you coming to Houston at all.
I'm not saying it for him to be scared. See, here's the problem with what he's saying. I'm not trying to scare that man at all. He just told you he doesn't care. So me coming makes no difference to him, right?
Yeah, Bone Crusher and Killer Mike. That's who made this song. Yeah. He definitely. You definitely ain't. I mean, so you come there. I don't know. Like I say, he sounds like he's been working at the same job for a while. So I don't know what.
Yeah. Cool. That's cool too. So anyway, and no, he said bring him up. No, don't bring you up. Any other time you don't want to talk to me. What you want to bring me? What you want to come up for now? That's cool. I am just talking, and you can just take it however you see. Hey Tim, I appreciate you, but I said what I said. I meant what I said. I don't say shit that I don't mean, and I'm not trying to scare the man at all. But I want if he don't give a fuck, why should we all care? But the city should know who's around.
Roger that. I'm sure you'll update us on that, and I would like to hear that. By the way, go on the program anytime and let us know how the outcome of that is. Mike, you're welcome anytime. Thank you.
All right, bro.
All right. Tap the screen, moving the program on, get us up to 130. What is somebody Elite says Duke is one of below average. Oh my God. USA puppets of Zionist terrorists. What is that? That's because 100% of his job and co-workers don't know. Ooh. You think that's true? Ooh, that could be interesting. Nate in the comments says that's because 100% of his job and his co-workers don't know. That would make that a very uncomfortable work environment. MAGA does not believe anything Trump is accused of until it actually affects them personally. Otherwise, they make excuses, deny, laugh it off as a joke until they feel it like gas prices. I think there's some validity to that. I actually do believe that. Scumbag Steve says, dude crashed out, or bro crashed out. Who crashed out? Let me know. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program. Travelman,
What's going on, Tim, man? Ain't been on in a while, man.
Well, I'm glad to have you on tonight. So,
no, I don't want to hear that shit, man. I was one of the sensual.
What?
You know, I send you the Egyptian thing all the time.
That was you. I didn't know it. It didn't put in there who sent that. I was looking for it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I don't think I've been on here about a month.
Well,
what's going on, man?
Not much at all. We were talking about a variety of things, but obviously the president, because we all got Trump derangement syndrome, the president often comes up. Did you hear that him and Netanyahu had a heated phone call where he literally told Benjamin Netanyahu he's fucking crazy?
Yeah, and did you hear what Netanyahu said afterwards? He gonna keep doing what he doing.
I didn't hear that part. Did he really say that?
They want them to stop. They want them to stop going into Lebanon. I haven't been following it like I normally do because I just want to take a break. But if I'm not mistaken, Bibi said that he talked to him, and Trump said, "Well, they're gonna do this or do that," and Bibi was like, "Well, we're gonna continue to do what we have to do." Basically, is what he said.
Well, but like Trump told him, and this is one of the times I absolutely agree with Trump. We're saving him. If Trump says, well, you're going to do whatever the hell you want, if Trump gives the Israelis the Ukrainian treatment, where we pretty much told, Zelensky, you don't have the cards to stop helping them. If we stop helping Israel, they fucked. There's no other way around it. If we stop helping Israel in that region, they are fucked. Because not only do they have Iran as an enemy, my guess is their list of enemies would grow because a lot of folks would be like, now's the time to cancel these motherfuckers. It would grow.
Let me ask you this, Tim. Out of all the countries over there, which one is doing the most damage to other countries?
The one we're discussing.
There you go.
Yeah. But that's our take too. That's the American way as well. That's the American way as well. We're accusing Iran, for instance, of being a terrorist and affecting their neighbors. We're doing all of the stuff we're accusing them of doing or trying to do. We're actively doing all of that stuff. We're actively being the same level, in fact, a greater level. We're portraying a greater level of terrorism on various countries around the world than they're doing.
And you know, with this thing with our country, it didn't just start. They have been taking people out in the West Bank since the 80s, man.
Yeah.
I remember when Reagan told them to stop. The UN told them to stop. They have been unaliving Palestinian settlers over there since the 80s at least, and they're still doing. While everybody's concentrating on all the carnage that they did over in Gaza, they have still been attacking and killing and unaliving people over in the West Bank. They've been doing that for years, and one of the plan is they want to keep Hamas, which I don't know why the Palestinians can't get rid of them. I don't know. I don't live over there.
Because America. Because anybody who goes after Israel is essentially attacking America.
And Bibi. And so what they want to do is they want to keep Hamas over in the Gaza, and they want to keep the PLO controlling the West Bank. And therefore, the two shall never meet and join forces like they tried to do before. Mm-hmm. You know, we have. Let me see. How can I put this? Right now in the Middle East, we have a gigantic shit show going on. It's like the Middle East took an X-Lax and it's just shitting all over the place.
Oh my God!
Courtesy of the Mango Maniac, our president, and the last. I think it was supposed to last 6 weeks, right?
I don't think it's courtesy of Trump, though. I don't think it's courtesy of Trump. I think it's courtesy of Netanyahu.
Well, Trump has played a part in it.
Yeah. He listened to Netanyahu instead of listening to the head of his own intelligence agency, which was Tulsi Gabbard. He chose to disregard her and listen to Benjamin Netanyahu. And now Netanyahu's got him into this.
It wasn't just her. He disregarded how many intelligence agents we got? 16, 13, 16. He disregarded all of them.
Yeah.
He disregarded the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. You know,
how long before Trump throws Netanyahu under the bus publicly and makes it clear that you are the reason that we got into this fucking war publicly? Do you think he'll ever do that?
I don't know if he'll ever do it, but me myself personally, I don't think he has to do it because everybody knows.
Yeah.
This is this is like the best kept secret in the world.
That is true.
You know, and the one country, you know, we putting out this dude. We are basically in the same situation that we were in 2018 when he tore. I mean, with minus the boom booms and all of that. When this is all said and done, we might get something better than the JCPOA. You know, I compare it to, remember when they tore up the border bill?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got a little age on you, Tim. That was probably that's the best border bill that I've seen in my lifetime.
Well, but it's not the best. You're talking about Biden's border bill, right?
No, Langford border bill.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
The one that Trump told them to kill. Senator Langford out of Oklahoma was the one that put.
Well, it was under Biden's term, though, right?
Yeah, Biden was the president, but Langford.
Yeah, I get that, but you know, normally the presidents are the ones that, you know, even if a senator or whatever passes a bill, it often goes on the president's record. But the point I'm making is,
if it makes it to him,
right? The point I'm making is, that's a great border bill to you, but to MAGA, who wants zero immigrants coming in the country, that was a bad border bill. They don't, because it did have a few before ICE could then automatically shut the border down and stuff. They want zero. Okay. So for Trump, that was a bad border bill.
Let me put this in 2 words. Fuck MAGA. MAGA is the reason that this country is. That's why, you know, Tim. In the last year, I have cursed more than I cursed down, and I did 20 years in the military, and I didn't curse as much when I was in the military. Fuck MAGA. MAGA is the reason that this fucking country that we're worried at right now. Okay. They're the reason that we got all this bullshit going on over in the Middle East. They're the reason that we have a ally that is actually pushing back on Russia and actually starting to kick their ass without our assistance after they told him sitting in the Oval Office, you don't have the cards. And he say, I'm not playing cards. Well, come to find out, he was right. He wasn't playing cards. Yeah. Okay? Because he's pushing back on. He's in Russia's ass right now without our help. We might be giving him a little bit of intelligence.
I don't think we helping him out much at all. Before we continue, Denka has a good point. He says, does that mean that Trump is cursed since the Bible says those who curse Israel are doomed to hell? He says Trump literally cursed Netanyahu, who represents Israel. I don't know if that's the right interpretation, but I suppose you could turn it that way, since Trump told Netanyahu, you're fucking crazy, and the Bible says if you don't defend it. I don't know. I get your twist of it. It's funny, but go ahead.
I'm not really into all of that. All I know is that the man, he's a nasty human being. He is not. He's not for the people. His people, as I like to say, they have head up Trump's ass syndrome, and it's real bad, and then it's damaging this country, and it would take us years and maybe decades if we can recover some of the stuff that we've done already. This is like the Keystone Cops and F Troop all combined into one. And you still got these a-holes running around here, these Richard Craniums and these Earth Biscuits running around here acting like everything is okay. Meanwhile, the damn price of gas, it's going to be months before the price of gas.
Yeah, Trump said maybe as far out as Labor Day. Real quick in the comments, Chief says, where does the Bible say that? That must be the MAGA. Well, that's what Ted Cruz is the one that said that's in the Bible. So
probably is. So we have severed our international tie. This is what we built over the last, since World War II. This is the order that we built. And these clowns went in there and they have basically almost dismantled it. Okay? And there's no telling when we recover from that. He's already cut all the damn renewable energy, anything that deals with that. China is kicking our ass now because this dickhead and went in there and cut the wind farms. He's cut any kind of subsidy for any. He cut all that shit. But you know what he hasn't cut? He hasn't cut trading that he can make a lot of money on. He hasn't cut his kids being involved with companies that doing drones and getting government contracts. Do you think
if the Democrats win in the midterms, do you want them to go after financially Trump's children and associates?
I want them to investigate and let the chips fall where they may. If they're doing shit, well, first of all, they shouldn't even be involved in that. It has to be some kind of conflict of interest in that. It has to be.
Remember the whole alleged Biden crime family that Hunter Biden was using his dad's name? Yeah, 100% guaranteed that the Trump children are obviously using their dad's name to make money. That's obvious.
That was peanuts. That was peanuts. You're talking about $2 million, $3 million, $10 million. These people are making hundreds of millions of dollars, and in some instances, billions of dollars. And then to top it all off, Tim, this is how I'm gonna say it again. This is how fucked up we are. Okay, we have a developer, we have a damn near failed developer and wannabe investor negotiating our international treaties and stuff with different countries, and we have not accomplished shit since they've been in there. And then to top it off, we got a fucking house builder coming in. That's the DNI.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. The amount of folks that Trump has appointed that do not have any type of resume for the jobs they're doing, it's amazing. Yeah, because this last guy that they appointed to head of intelligence, like he ain't been in the military or nothing. He has no bullet points on his resume at all. And they're talking about DEI. How the hell did he get this job?
Okay, so the whole damn cabinet is like that. If you remember the first time, his first term, he had a lot of people that was in there in temporary positions. After the initial bunch went through, most of them that went in there was damn temporary positions. You know, and so that's what we got going on right now. And then you got these people, man, that they're digging down and they're messing with promotions to 07, they messing with these promotions and stuff that they have absolutely nothing to do with, and you got this Richard Cranium standing up there talking about, well, we do this on merit. What is wouldn't even be he didn't get to be set up based on merit.
What is a promotion? Is that an officer at the 7th level?
That's the brigadier general and rear admiral. That's your first.
And it's, here it's a lot of minorities and women.
Yeah. And let me ask you this: and maybe some of these guys out here that been in the military, maybe they can tell me, how do you get up to be a brigadier general or a rear admiral on DEI? Because in order to do that, you would have had to be in the military for well over 20 years. And there's certain tickets that you have to punch in order to get to that star. Either if you're in the Army or the Marine Corps, the Air Force, the Army or the Marine Corps, you gotta have a brigade or a battalion or a First Marine Division or something like that to get up to go from colonel to brigadier general. If you in the Navy, of course, you only have 12 aircraft carriers captain in the Navy, and you have 12 or 13 CAG, which are the carrier air group. They're the ones that control the air group. So you got the captain, and you got another captain that controls the air group. Those two, and those two, when the captain lead the carrier, 9 times out of 10 he picks up admiral, and 9 times out of 10 the CAG will pick up a carrier somewhere down the line because they're usually younger. So you don't, and even the females, in order to get to be an admiral, somewhere along the line, you can bet cash money, they have ridden a lot of ships, okay, and they've done a lot of different things.
I think all it takes to be DEI is to just be melanated. Just be melanated. Well, they don't care about what you've done.
Well, see, and the thing is, Trump's cabinet, they're not even DEI. Because DEI means that you're qualified to do the job. You just haven't had the opportunity. These people don't even have the qualifications.
Let me interrupt you real quick, because on News Nation, I got this is breaking news on News Nation. House votes to shut down Iran war. So
yeah, they voted against it.
So what? So what happens? Does it end? I mean, do they make them come home, or what ends up happening?
Well, what's going to happen is, it has to go to the Senate, because the Senate passed it earlier. But I guess they
got around Mike Johnson and did this?
Yeah, the House probably made a change to it. And so now it goes back over to the Senate, and the Senate have to do, either they'll pass it like it is, which they probably will since it's already been over there once before. I think about either 4 or 5 Republicans switched over and voted with the Democrats on that.
But because I seen what Lisa said, can Trump ultimately veto it and just say, fuck it, I'm going to keep going?
I don't know if he can veto that. That's not going in for his signature, I don't think.
It's crazy if he actually can do that. If the House and Senate is trying to, that would make no sense if he could. Because imagine you're trying to stop the president from doing something. So the House and Senate vote to stop him, and he can say, "No, I'm a veto." He shouldn't be able to veto that. Yeah. That's crazy.
But the ultimate. Okay, we'll pull your funding. Hey, and one quick thing too before I go. As you know, the Gerald Ford came back a couple of weeks ago. My cousin was on there, but the Gerald Ford is usually when they come back off a cruise, they go into the yards for 3 or 4 months and recover and everything. The Gerald Ford is going into the yard for 2 years.
Damn, it was that much damage needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Well, they did a couple of things when when they talking about they had the plumbing issue.
Yeah.
That's because they tried to do some new plumbing stuff that they didn't use on other carriers. So I don't know if that's part of it, but that's going in. And then they also have a specific radar system on there, and it's a one of a kind. And so they're going to put what the new carriers have that's coming out now. They're going to replace it with that, so it'll be more easier for.
So they're updating it. They're updating it as well.
They're updating it, but they're also fixing it because it's a lot.
Did Iran do any? Have you heard anything about Iran doing any damage to any of our ships over there?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Because if they hit
anything, it would be maybe a destroyer, you know, because they operate so close in.
Right.
But then they still got so much protection and stuff. They would have to send a lot of drones and missiles. The Aegis systems can track over 100 items at one time.
Wow.
So when you got that's just the Aegis.
That's that
system,
little thing that basically shoots rounds at a ridiculous rate per minute. That little Aegis thing
No,
you're
that's
talking
the
about?
Sea-Wiz. No, that's the Sea-Wiz. The Aegis is the actual radar system that's in the command center.
Okay.
And it tracks. I don't know for sure. I know it's over 100 that it can track at one time, and also fire missiles and shit at one time.
Wow.
That's the Aegis system. It's actually named after. It's on all your destroyers, all your frigates. I don't know if we got any frigates. Still got frigates. It's on all destroyers and all the cruisers, and a version of it is on all the aircraft carriers.
So it tracks and neutralizes them on its own.
Yeah. Yep.
That could be room for some serious friendly fire if there's a bunch of shit in the region, couldn't it?
Well, all that stuff is precision, man. That stuff coming off the cruisers and the destroyers, those are precision munitions that's coming out of them.
Oh shit! Didn't we shoot down an Iranian passenger jet some years back?
Yeah, we did.
That was the military. There was a Navy that did that.
I think it was in the 80s they did that.
Yeah, that was precision.
Yeah. Who said it was a mistake? we did pay millions. The U.S. did pay millions and millions of dollars for that.
Yeah, shot down an Iranian. We calling them terrorists. We shot down an innocent passenger jet full of Iranian citizens. Not to mention Yeah.
We've done a lot. We've done a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah. Not to mention the precision strike on the school over there in Iran as well, full of girls. Was that a mistake?
You know what that was? That was a fuck up. That's what that was. They at one point that school was actually, now this was like 10 years ago.
Yes, at Old Intelligence.
Yeah. So they blew it. They basically that's called a blow it out your ass moment. That's what that is. And they just need to man up to it and quit trying to blame somebody else for it. I mean, anything man made is not perfect. You're gonna always have some mistakes. Anything man made,
Yeah.
And right now we got a man made disaster going on our hands because they just jacking up our damn country, man. It's as simple as that.
Real quick, last question: how does this end? How do we get out of this?
Out of Iran?
Yeah.
You know what? That's a good question, Tim.
Rashid, is a question on the mind of every American.
The only way we're going to get out of this is we're going to end up probably with the same thing similar to what the JCPOA is. That's the same. And the reason we in this mess is because they tore up the JCPOA. It's just like NAFTA. The new UCMs, whatever the hell it's called, it's just a slight variation of NAFTA. That's all it is.
It's just new shit with Trump's name on it.
I don't know how we're gonna get out of it, man. We are knee deep in the shit right now. And there's how do we get out? Because the truth of the matter is, it's not up to us. It's up to freaking Iran. They're the ones. They just lobbed some shit over and blew up the damn airport in what was that, Kuwait?
Are we losing?
I would say no. We're not militarily. No, militarily. Have you seen those Lego things?
Yes, I watch them all the time. The Lego videos. I watched one today.
I just saw mine for the first time a couple of days ago because I've been knee deep in some Black History videos and stuff. So I just happened to run across that, man. They got the edge on us on that, man. Them doggone things.
No shit.
Serious stuff, bro.
And they're good. And I actually believe a large part. I got to move it on, but I'll just tell you this. Considering how many things the Trump administration has said about what's going on over there that looks like it's clearly a lie, I'm starting to believe the Iranians may be a little bit more honest than Trump is. That's just the way I'm seeing it. I got to move it on, no trouble, man.
Trump is a liar, bro. He's a pathological liar. We know that.
But he's our president. I got to go.
Yeah. All right. Take care, Tim.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Moving on, tap the screen, get us on up to 130. Yeah, 4.29 is the average then, Stewart. Somebody said gas went down $1 a gallon in their neighborhood. Like, where the hell do you live? Until they get rid of lobbying, unfortunately, neither Democrats or Republicans or any politician is for the people. It's always about the money. I agree with that. I do agree with that, that money in politics makes for dirty politics. That's why we were told Trump was the man. He came with his own money. He was a billionaire. He wasn't taking a salary. We did not have to worry about him being bought and paid for like all the other politicians. Wow, was that a disappointment? Wow, was that a disappointment? He's gotten in there and it's been clear since day one. He's focused on making money and he's using the office to make it. I mean, since day one. But that was the promise, is that you, unlike the swamp creatures before, he is going to get in there, not take a salary, and he's going to just simply focus on doing what's right by America. Now, in the comments, before we move on, I see this comment, and I cannot believe people still say this, but Lou David, I think it says Trump has lost money. You really believe at this stage Trump has lost money after 5 years in the White House, 6 years almost? You really believe? No, look, at the first term, after serving a full term and going through impeachments and hiring lawyers and shit like that, maybe. But now that he's been in a second time, he hasn't had to pay any money out to Letitia James. I think that case got thrown out. He hasn't paid E. Jean Carroll any. Where the fuck is he losing money at? Where is he losing money? And in fact, he just sued the IRS. They had to stop that because he was about to make $2 billion from that. If he was losing money, now remember the IRS settlement that he got, he had promised to give that to the J6ers, the Proud Boys, and other folks. You think if he was losing money, he would have gave that away? The fact that he was talking about giving that away shows he's making plenty of fucking money. You're not going to give away $2 billion if you're losing money. He ain't losing money. That's insane. Like I said, after his first term, when he was losing in court, having to hire lawyers and put up huge bails and things like that, we might have been able to entertain that. But now that he's been in office another year and a half, it's been nothing but making money hand over fist. He ain't losing money. Real quick, 509 folks have answered this poll. Wow, 510 now. Was Biden a better president than Obama? Over 500 people cast their vote. 24% say yes, Biden was better than Obama. Only 24%. 76% says that Obama was better than Biden. So I maybe on the next show, but I would do a poll asking, do you believe Trump lost money as president? I think it would be an even greater disparity. I think it would probably be about 80 to 90% of the people would say Trump hasn't lost any money being president. That guy's making a killing. There's no way in hell he's losing money at this point. Just the simple things he's doing for other nations. There's just so many ways to skim off the top. You send $40 billion to Argentina. You know, I wouldn't mind a nice vacation home out here in, one of these cities in Argentina. You know what I mean? $40 billion, I know your country really needs that. I was flying over to come see you, and I noticed one of the mansions down there being built looks like it ain't occupied. $40 billion, I mean, and you can make all kinds of shit happen. Just like with Netanyahu, all the help we're giving him. I would love a second home in Jerusalem. You think he wouldn't get it for you? Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks. So, what brings you up? I'm just going to say it like that because there's a lot going on. And I do want to ask you the same question I asked my last veteran about how do you think this is going to end?
What part?
The war. If it can be called that according to Trump.
Obviously, anybody that says they know how this war is going to end when Trump is involved, they lying. Nobody knows how it's going to end. But what I do know is that you need to ring me up. You need to ring me. You say you was going to watch about what I said about him scared and never going to send troops into Iran.
Yeah, that's a good one. Because he just, speaking of which, I'll cue this up. But you're right. You were adamant. And I was one who said that Trump was going to eventually put boots on the ground as well. But you were adamant that he never was going to put boots on the ground. And I want you to hear this.
Then Donald Trump gave a lengthy interview to the New York Post and delved specifically into Iran. But two things really stood out to me. One was when he was asked, if diplomacy fails, of course, finding a diplomatic solution to ending this war is his priority. But if that fails, could he see putting boots on the ground in Iran? And the president essentially said no.
We don't need boots on the ground now. Well, we did it. We wiped out much of their military with just bombing. You can put anybody on the ground. You don't want to do that just so far away.
But at a different point, he was also asked specifically about this very tense phone call that we reported on.
Okay, then he got into a swearing match with Benjamin Netanyahu. But you're right. He's not going to put boots on the ground. Why do you think that is, considering that we're not accomplishing anything in terms of regime change? We're not protecting any of the protesters. Remember, they were allegedly killing 60,000 protesters or whatever. We're not saving any protesters, and we have not been able to control the enriched uranium. The only way we're going to stop that stuff is to put boots on the ground. Why isn't he doing it?
Because he understands, well, he doesn't understand anything. Let me take that back. The people around him understand that the moment we start seeing bodies come back on a daily basis like we did in Iraq, mm-hmm. He will now be placed in the George Bushes of presidents.
Wow.
He will not accomplish what he says. It's not simple to go into another country, to dig down hundreds of thousands of feet, to get the qualified people needed to go into those hills and retrieve. Like, you can't just send Delta Force in there to go get uranium.
No.
You're going to have to send scientists and professors and shit like that.
People who can get shot.
Right.
Yeah.
And who will not go
right
to do that.
Right.
And which would mean you would need, if not tens, hundreds of thousands of support people all around that area to protect it. Like, it's just unfeasible. And that is why no president has ever decided to make this stupid fucking move, because the people behind them have been researching this shit and have been telling the president, yeah, you could take out the leadership, but they have layers of leadership. It's sort of like how they got in England. Like, you see the king and the queen and all that shit. You could take them out, but they're not the people making the decisions.
So then,
the Ayatollahs.
So then, based on what you're saying, I mean, I'm thinking eventually they're going to get a nuclear bomb. To me, and now, based on what Trump has done, they should be more motivated than ever. Do you see it? Do you see them eventually being able to do this?
Yes, they are working where the Ayatollah Senior, the one that they got rid of. He had put out a fatwa to say that they would never have a nuclear bomb. And he said it for religious reasons. It's just not right to have a weapon to eliminate that many people at one time. It was evil.
And then we used a bomb and blew his ass up.
Right. And now his son has got rid of the fatwa. His son says part of their mission now is to get like North Korea. That's the only thing that can protect them. So they will always be pursuing it. And the moment we release all of these funds that we withheld from them, which is upwards of $300 billion, you think they're going to use that to rebuild their society like they said they were?
Right. They're gonna pursue the weapon. I mean, listen, I'm to the point now, even as a tree-hugging liberal, I would put rebuilding my society on the back burner to developing the nuclear bomb, because I'm looking at it like as long as we remain unarmed, these people are going to keep fucking with us. I always use the Second Amendment argument about an armed society is a polite society. If everybody have firearms, nobody will fuck with you because they know you can put up a fight. I believe in I think that should apply to the planet, because that's what's happening is the nuclear armed nations are fucking with the non-nuclear armed nations because they know they can't fight back. We don't mess with any country that has bombs. So the minute they get their hands on something, they now will have a polite America they can deal with.
Right. And just like we've seen on the flip side, just like we've seen every country that gives up their nuclear
They have problems.
capabilities,
They have problems. Yep.
they screwed right now. Every last one of them. It ain't like one country we can name. Ukraine gave theirs up. What happened to them?
Yep.
We preemptively did it to Iraq. They never even had shit.
Neither did Iran, looks like. But I'm looking at it like this. If I'm Iran, that should be our mission in life at this point. Until we get a bomb, they just go. It's like a bully. Until you strike that bully back, they just gonna keep coming. You're dealing with Trump now. 10, 15, 20 years later, maybe another guy replacing Netanyahu or replacing Trump. But these people want to have power in our region. They want to control the resources. And until we can stand up for ourselves, they're going to keep coming back. It's just a matter, if we don't do everything they want, they're going to come right back again with a different leader.
And it's not going to be just Iran. Every other smaller country is going to start looking into. I wouldn't be surprised if Saudi Arabia starts saying, "Hey, first of all, Israel has them."
You know something though, maybe. But you know something, like I mentioned, an armed society is a polite society, and an armed maybe if more countries got this shit, it might be less violence on Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. If everybody had mutual destruction power, then, because they keep saying the moment Iran got a nuclear bomb, they would use it on them. Like, that's just not true.
Yeah. What's so crazy about that?
These countries' leadership they might be homicidal, but they're not suicidal.
Right. What's so crazy about this is we're talking about how dangerous Iran would be if they get their hands on a nuke while threatening Greenland, making Canada the 51st state, taking out their leaders in Venezuela, blowing up Iran, Cuba's next, Colombia. Like, we're calling them terrorists while actively committing acts of terror. Cuba's in the dark right now. People are literally dying because of us. And we're talking about, if Iran had a bomb, they would be a real bad country. Like,
and then saying Cuba is a national security threat. To what? Throw a big fucking party in the island? Like, what kind of threat?
But that shit works, didn't count. That's what's giving us the power to get our citizens, just like with Bush, and they got weapons of mass destruction. We make folks out to be threats, and it gets the American people behind. Like Trump made Venezuela out to be this fentanyl drug kingpin of the world. So America was okay with that. Same thing with Iran, where they're about to get a nuke and blow us all the smithereens and back. Or we need Greenland because Russia's going to fire missiles over the polar ice cap. They're scaring the shit out of people to the point where if he's transgender and he goes in the bathroom, he's going to rape your kid. You got to do something about it. So they're working on fear, and it's actually working. You let these immigrants over, they're going to rape and murder every damn body. We got to do something. The fear is really working.
It's only working with a certain segment of people. You got a bunch of us that been on here for years saying that shit ain't stopping no damn fentanyl. He blowing up little. You can call them what you want to. Even if there was drug boats, the volume of drugs that come into this country, they come on airplanes, they come on big ass cargo ships. They don't come on no little bitty boat that can carry half a ton.
Well, not only that, but Venezuela is not known. There's been drug movies out for years about, drugs coming from Venezuela's never been on the radar for that shit. It's been Mexico or Peru or Colombia. Venezuela's never been known for a drug capital. And you notice the minute we took out Maduro, you don't hear nothing else about stopping fentanyl anymore. As if fentanyl just dried up in America. It's no longer around anymore.
They said every boat is saving 200,000 lives. Like, what?
And you know something, speaking of which, because I was talking about how the punishment for this is ridiculous. They just found a tunnel going from Taiwan into San Diego, and they ended up catching a few folks, and they ended up taking tons of cocaine off of them. Not one of those guys are going to get executed. Not one. We don't execute drug dealers. So when Trump was blowing up those boats, I don't see how that doesn't count as a war crime. That has never been our policy to kill drug dealers.
It is a war crime. The average person that understands international law knows it's a war crime. But like he said, he's speaking to a domestic audience.
Yeah.
Who doesn't understand, or I don't think even care. Because we've heard some MAGAs say, well, I don't really care if it's, it's not against, we tout his stopping of people from coming across the border as a win.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I made a statement that was clearly wrong. I said Taiwan to San Diego. People were pointing out, obviously you're not going to dig a tunnel from Taiwan. Obviously, but I did make a mistake and say Taiwan. Yeah, obviously you're not digging a tunnel from Taiwan to San Diego. But thank you for pointing out the error in me saying Taiwan instead of Tijuana. But yeah, but we none of them folks that we caught with all them drugs on them are going to end up perishing. They're not going to kill any of those folks. We don't normally kill drug dealers. So, but what about this though? Those
were probably actual drug dealers, not
fishermen
who've been forced, to drive these boats to locations.
Do you think that after Trump is gone, because look, he's going to pardon himself. We already know he's going to at least try that. I would do it at this point. Do you think that works for war crimes? Because that's international. I mean, could you ever see America, especially if the Democrats get in charge, this fucker's going to get away with everything because of the pardon? Well, we're going to hand him over to the Hague or to Interpol. Do you see America ever even considering doing something like that?
No, we would never hand him over. But if he's convicted under the ICC, the criminal court, the International Criminal Court, he'll be just like Netanyahu. They can't even travel except for to specific countries. And keep in mind, Trump has all of these deals all around the world. He's got deals all in the Middle East and all of these resorts that they, him and Kushner are.
That's absolutely going to happen. They got Putin as a war criminal and Netanyahu. Trump, that part is absolutely going to happen. I bet money they're going to make him a war criminal.
Right. Well, then he's going to be limited. But, he's 80 years old. He can go around at Mar-a-Lago. He can go back and forth to Bedminster and his other golf course. He doesn't have to go anywhere. But, yeah, I think he will be listed. But, to America, we kind of just blow that kind of stuff off. People,
Well, it depends on if we become sinners in the hands of angry Democrats. I don't know. You might have some Democrats that say, "Look, this guy done people so wrong. Fuck it, we're going to make an exception in hand." Because Trump would do it. Trump is the president of retribution. He would have if Biden was wanted by the Hague, or Obama, he would have handed their asses over.
Man, he cut off Secret Service protection to people that know was targeted by our enemy.
Yeah. He cut it off to John. He cut off protection for John Bolton. He cut it off early for Kamala Harris. He cut it off for Hunter Biden. Yeah, so he absolutely would send your ass to the Hague.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But you know what? To be honest, Democrats don't think like that. Like when they get in, they don't think like, okay, let's start just fucking them over any kind of way we can. I don't know. I think it's going to be hard for people to swallow it, but the way the country, the way the Supreme Court, the way this stuff is set up, we're going to have to let the man walk. We're going to let the man walk. He's going to do some crazy stuff on his way out the door.
Well,
he said he was going to pardon anybody who came within 10 feet of the White House. Like he's going to
Well, the only saving grace is his pardons don't protect him from state charges or international charges. But I think because even if, let's say, for instance, they don't hand him to the Hague or whatever, could they go after him financially then? I mean, seize his assets or whatever. But I could see some states going after him. I mean, I'm sure he's committed I'm sure he or his associates or his kids or some of them, they probably have committed some state crimes.
I think what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to prioritize. They can't come straight out the gate full bore like he did, going after him and his people. They're going to have to take on an agenda that addresses the American people first. And as they get a couple of wins and build up political capital, anything that's still within the statutes of limitations, then they can start going after. But I just think it would be wrong to apply. Just the way this administration is using all of these attorneys.
So if you're if we're dealing with President Denkel, you're saying let him go.
Trump himself, yes. Yeah, I think the lift is too hard for somebody that'll be 82, 83 when he leaves.
You talking like a one-term president, sir. I gotta move it on, but I think if you tell the Democrats some bullshit like that after what he was doing to Biden and some of these other old folks, the way you talking like a one-term Democrats gonna want blood.
No, but what they fail to realize is that the punishment for people who followed him would be the retribution. All of them people, yeah, you gonna stand up. You gonna stand up in front of the mic and you gonna explain your shit. Him, he gonna sit around and do what he always do. Laugh and say, I'm the king.
Well, if I'm him, I'm starting to pretend like I got dementia or some shit. Because yeah, you know they coming. I mean, that's got to be a worry of his. Look, he got 2 more years in office, but he knows that if the Democrats win handily in the midterms, he won't finish his term. They're coming. I mean, they're not going to let him finish 2 years. If the Democrats win the House and Senate, they're coming for him. This time next year, it'll be all kinds of shit going on. Because I said that yesterday on the other live that if the Democrats win the House and Senate in November, that means they get sworn in January. They'll impeach him by Easter.
Yeah, but the states is what I'm saying. Need to be the ones doing the chasing, not the feds. The feds need to start concentrating on what they're supposed to be concentrating on.
Fair enough.
Hey, one last thing before I go. Hey, one of your guests some of your guests keep getting up here talking about, oh, well, white people were slaves too. There's a big difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude. Yeah. And if they need to go read the two and stop saying that stupid shit in front of people because they make themselves look very small. There's no evidence of white children getting fed to alligators. There's no evidence of white people being strung up by the church as entertainment on Sundays. That shit that they talking about is being stuck in a bad job at McDonald's.
Yeah, I think it's more like being a peasant. I think they're comparing us being a serf or a peasant to being a slave. Yeah, it's
families were never separated on purpose. Like, there's just no comparison for people to get up here and talk shit.
Yeah.
And then when the white people figured out really what was going on, they was like, man, we need to incorporate all of these people with the same color skin as us. And that was their entrance into modern society. Not because they worked hard and fought back and had to, did all of the things.
I think, I think it's just like the party switch. You could tell them, but in my opinion, I think they already know, but they just think it's beneficial to keep saying that. But I think they already know. I mean, the fact is, when it comes to history in America, most of that was controlled, how it was taught was controlled by white people. If there were a ton of white slaves, you would have learned about that in school. You think they deliberately hid their own history? If they were slaves and they had heroes that escaped and fought back and shit, it would have been taught to us in schools. You think they taught you about General Lee, but they didn't teach you about any of the white people he had enslaved? That's crazy.
Trump would have put that shit front and center, like
right. Yeah, if it was happening, you would have known. They would have taught it to us in schools. If there were heroic white slaves that freed each other and fought back and stuff, the fact that they didn't teach you about any of it should tell you when they're teaching you about the Confederacy, who sought to break up the country. You're learning about them, but the innocent folks that fought for freedom, you don't get no education about them at all. It's because they didn't exist. Denkel, thanks for coming through. All right, moving on. By the way, tap the screen. What the hell did I just do there? I think I just ended the live by mistake on that on Instagram. Mike West says that guy on the back is. Oh, I saw that already. American History X, great movie. Not Ralph. What is the guy's name? I can't think of his name right now, but great movie. American History X is a really good movie. They need to read books from the 1950s if they can read it all. Donnie, appreciate the hat and mustache. Looking in the comments, he's using government to get out of this war that never should have happened in the first place. The problem is he can get out of the war, but Trump is an alpha male. He likes to be able to have a victory. And it does not look like there's a way for us to get out of the war with a victory. That's where the problem is. He made 3 commitments. He was going to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon. He was going to get regime change. And they were allegedly killing thousands of protesters. And he was going to save them as well. There's been no mention of saving protesters. So we know that's not going to happen anymore. We know he's already kind of forgiven. That's been foregone. I don't think there ever was a desire to save protesters. I think that was only being used as an excuse to get the people behind the invasion to begin with. But I don't think there ever was any intention of protecting Iranian protesters. Regime change is something they did try to do. But as Denkow, my last caller, pointed out, and many others, that their levels of leadership is so deep that you can't just take them. Just like in America, if you could take out the president, the VP, Mike Johnson. I mean, we have a, what do you call it, a hierarchy or whatever it's called, but we have people that are going to replace them. You can keep popping people all day. We got people that are, according to the way our laws are set up, we got people that's going to replace them. They do too in Iran. So you're not gonna get regime change. All you're gonna get is people that are really, really angry that you took out the guy above him because of how you done it. You've killed the head of state, so the next guy that you replace him, that guy is going to be beholden to his people to get revenge. So the whole plan that we were going to be there as liberators to help the protesters and things like that, the way we started that war by killing the heads of state and blowing up schools and shit like that, they don't want to be liberated by us. We look fucking evil. Same thing in Cuba. It's the same thing in Cuba. The Castros are a failed government and we're going to go there and liberate them. They've been in the dark because of us for about a month now. Folks are starving because of the blockade we got on Cuba. You think they see us as liberators? So that whole mindset of we're coming there and we're going to be viewed favorably, no, you're not. No, you're not. Because there's no legitimate reason, and it's totally unnecessary to make Cuba dark. There is no reason to be doing that right now. There is no reason to have these people starving and not have power to the whole country. That just looks cruel. So they're not like, yay, we can't wait till the Americans get here. They're not thinking that. They're seeing what we're doing now and like, shit, if they're doing this, not even being here, wait till they get on the ground. If they don't care this much about us from a distance, they're going to come in here and be like fucking Gestapo. They're not seeing us as some kind of liberators doing that. So I think anybody who thinks that the Cubans are eager, or, maybe you've seen a Cuban on Fox News talking some shit, or you listen to Rubio. No, they're not going to see us as liberators. I can tell you that. After being found out they were white, they still kept them. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about this? I don't know. Are you guys still trying to suggest that there were white slaves in America? It wasn't happening. Oh boy, Cuba, Trump going to make an example out of it and probably will make Iran want a peace deal afterwards. Why would Iran, even if they wanted a peace deal, believe that they could trust Trump? They negotiated a peace deal with an American president. Trump broke that deal and bombed their country. And you're telling me they're going to want to make a deal with that dude? There is no desire to make a deal. Why would you trust him? Why would you trust that dude? The same dude that took out the head of your country, said that you blew up your own school full of girls, an obvious lie that every leader in the world knows we're lying about. And then he's threatened to totally annihilate your whole country. And you think Iran wants to make a deal with that guy? Bullshit. Nobody wants to make a deal with a guy that's done all of that. I think Trump's credibility in Iran has to be below zero. This guy is still trying to tell people we blew up our own school full of girls. They don't want to make a deal with Trump. You got to be crazy to be talking about they want to make a deal with Trump. Why would you believe him? In the comments, Boomerang says, I absolutely love what Trump is doing. Most of the people on here don't understand what he's doing. He's a businessman. And he's running our country like a well-oiled machine. You think any business would be considered as running well-oiled with the economy of this country? You running the country like a well-oiled machine on what metric? Based on what metric are you saying he's running the country like a well-oiled machine? We're at war and we don't even know when it's going to end. The gas prices have went up substantially. We don't know when they're going to end. The grocery prices are not coming down, and we don't know when that's going to end. Well-oiled in what universe do you get well-oiled out of that? Trump is not even bragging about the economy at this point. Well-oiled, okay. All right, I think he's running Washington in terms of all of this lavish ballrooms and tribunals and pools and shit. He's running it like a well-oiled mansion. But I don't think the country being. I mean, you got to be kidding to say something like that. I mean, that's just like, your kid is failing and you just want to tell people your kid is doing well in school. That's why, because it's your kid. That's what it kind of sounds like. Anyhow, I'll go back to the box. Another bankruptcy is coming. Who's going to be bankrupt? It ain't going to be America, is it? You're kind of scaring me. I have to stop it.